2, 1. Mark, 1 minute till airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, stations, your countdown until airtime will be your 30-second mark when the network will go silent. Stand by for your final 30-second mark until airtime. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 30 seconds until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The following is an exclusive presentation of the LSU Sports Radio Network. It's football time in Louisiana. Tonight, your Fighting Tigers end a 3-game homestand, taking on the New Mexico Lobos for the first time ever. The Mountain West versus the SEC on a Saturday night in Death Valley. From the LSU Sports Radio Network, this is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka.
Jenkins has it at the 5, hit initially at the 3, but he wants the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers.
Live coverage of LSU Fighting Tiger football, brought to you by the 7 partners that represent Team LSU. Cox, the official communications provider of LSU Athletics. McDonald's, official sponsor of the LSU Tigers. Our Lady of the Lake, official healthcare provider of LSU Athletics. Albertsons, the official grocery partner of LSU Athletics. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of the LSU Tigers. People's Health, the official health plan of LSU Athletics. And by Coca-Cola, official beverage partner of the LSU Tigers.
Gets it at the 2, fights his way near the goal line, and it is a Fighting Tiger touchdown. Hey now!
LSU Game Day and the roar of LSU Fighting Tiger football lives here on the LSU Sports Radio Network. From inside the shadows of legendary Tiger Stadium, along with former Tigers Brandon Taylor and Marlon Favright, here is your host, Hunt Palmer.
Good afternoon. Happy game day, Tiger fans. This is Fighting Tiger Football. You're listening to the LSU Sports Radio Network. Hey, everybody, I am Hunt Palmer, your host for LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Tonight, it is another Saturday night in Death Valley. LSU welcomes in New Mexico from out west for the final tune-up before the real conference gauntlet starts next week at Auburn. We got 90 minutes to get you ready for it from right here inside the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. We're going to preview this game inside and out, give you the keys to LSU's victory tonight, get you scores from a wild day in the Southeastern Conference, and around the country in college football. We'll get you a weather report. I can start you on that one. It's hot. We got Steve Virgin coming from the Albuquerque Journal. He covers New Mexico and has come in today. He'll join us from inside Tiger Stadium a little bit later. And Robert Steeples, LSU's cornerbacks coach, will be our assistant coach interview of the week. I got Brandon Taylor and Garrett Brumfield here with me. We're getting you ready for LSU and New Mexico. You're listening to LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
The official radio companion for LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Caught at the 23, near sideline 10-5, touchdown Tigers!
This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Mo Hall, lift and cut with a Powerball Kubota. Visit LSUKubotaDealers.com for the Kubota dealer near you. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka. I'm your host, Hunt Palmer. Time now to bring in my partners in crime. Brandon Taylor back in action and Garrett Brumfield filling in for Big Fabe. Welcome back, Mr. Brumfield. How are you?
I am feeling great. I just ate. I'm not running late, and I'm ready to hear the Tiger fans be so loud they make the whole state of Louisiana shake.
How long you been preparing that one?
You like that? I've been waiting to come back. I've been waiting, baby. I had that one tough.
I got Fave singing. Now I got Garrett doing rhymes. It's all sort of a production act we put together here on the pregame show. Garrett, your thoughts now, because we haven't had you on how the first 3 weeks have gone for the Tigers?
Man, I'll say start with the things I don't like, right? Seeing some things I don't like, of course, some areas we could be better in. But I will say something that I'm loving is that we're moving the ball around the field, getting the ball at least trying to, getting the ball in our playmakers' hands on offense. I think the line has been doing a better job from week to week gelling. And I think that we'll only be able to see consistency further along the road as the season goes on.
The more I thought about it, Brandon, the more I liked LSU's win last week. That's a solid Mississippi State team. And if you look at this as kind of climbing steps for Brian Kelly as he puts his foundation in and builds this program to whatever it's going to be while he's the head coach here, you started essentially last in the West last year. Mm-hmm. And the final boss here is, of course, Alabama, and we know that. But along the way, you got to check off some boxes, and one of those is Mississippi State. Mississippi State is in year 3 under Mike Leach. They know what they're doing. They got a third-year starting quarterback. They got a solid defense. They're a good squad. And for LSU to really impose their will in the second half and take total control of that game and win it, I thought was a nice step in the right direction last week.
Oh, yes, indeed. And then knowing that the personnel that Mississippi State had on the field, that was a senior-loaded team last week. And our guys came together and just came and played a complete game. We still got to get some big plays on special teams, which we
we'll talk about special teams.
But I seen guys overcome adversity and then come out in the second half and play great LSU football, which I was part of a great second half football team. And if you can come out there and do that, you improve so much more each and every week, and you stack on wins after that.
After this one, it starts on the Plains at Auburn next week, and you got SEC play staring you right in the face. Of course, LSU did play an SEC game last week, but this is the last kind of tune-up to get everything rocking and rolling. Garrett, your thoughts on the team's mental mindset as they go into this game out of conference against a team that might be a little bit overmatched, and you got Auburn on the horizon. You just played a conference game. What is the mindset of the team tonight?
Right, so I'll tell you, going into a week like this can either make you or break you, right? Because we go into the stadium knowing that, hey, we have an edge on this team. Obviously, we prepare in a different way. We have different things available to us. But it's actually a better time to stay sharp, to focus on the little things, to do the things that you might not have done as well against Mississippi State, and now to focus, look inward and focus on yourself. Try to sharpen up those corners, try to make sure we aren't cutting any extra ones, and it'll show in the product that we have this week. Maybe the standout player of the game last week, Brandon, was Jay Ward, and his move back from a safety that's playing a lot of center field to up around the line of scrimmage in that nickel role where he really thrived. Robert Steebles talked about that in our assistant coaches interview that you'll hear in a little bit over an hour. But your thoughts on watching Jay Ward play and what that move up towards the line of scrimmage may do for him?
You just got to move an intelligent player close to the line, man. I've seen it happen so many times. I've seen it happen with Harry Coleman, Danny McCray, like guys that came from the back end up close to the line, and they just thrived and made big plays. And he just plays at a different speed. So to have him in that position is key, and the guys on the back end can see how he play, and the guys behind him, they're more comfortable knowing that they have that type of player behind them.
I've been impressed with LSU's secondary really all year. I know that Florida State converted a lot of third downs, and that was unfortunate, but LSU was in position there, maybe just a step late. The last 2 years, we have seen bust after bust after bust. DBs looking at each other with their hands out and not knowing where they're supposed to be. That has not happened once for this LSU team through 3 weeks. That, to me, has been pretty impressive when you consider that this entire secondary comes from Louisiana Lafayette and Oklahoma State and Arkansas. I mean, it's a mosh unit from all over the place, and they've come in and they've been on the same page every snap this year.
Yeah, just what you was just describing. That's a cancer on the field and in the locker room, because that doesn't just happen on the field and stays there. That carries over into film room and in between players and text messages, classes, and everything else. And once you eliminate that between the team and the secondary, I think you have a great group that can thrive each and every week.
And I think that's something that's actually a product of trust. Having trust from the upstairs, downstairs, the guys out on the field, trusting each other, and everybody doing their job well.
Garrett, I wanted to ask you this. There are a lot of 6 feet tall, fast guys who can make plays or cover. There are a lot of those. There aren't as many 6'5", 320-pound people that can move. So
right.
the lower level schools have athletes. They don't necessarily, in my opinion, have as many guys in the trenches that can play. When you were playing at LSU, was it really noticeable when you stepped from Florida or Alabama to a lower level, a group of 5 school, or even an FCS school?
I would do interviews every week, and I would tell the media, we play everybody the same. No team is different.
I love this.
We see everybody. Okay, it's obvious. We know. I look at the roster and see that
you playing a political part.
He's 270. I can tell that guy is not. He doesn't quite cut the mustard as well as a guy from Auburn, Florida, Georgia. The list goes on. But here's the key to that. Because that guy knows he's at a disadvantage, this is his Super Bowl.
Yep.
Those guys up front are going to play their hardest in the trenches on both sides of the ball. So this is something that they are looking forward to. They're going to slant. They're going to move. They're not going to just stand there and let you block them. They're not just going to sit there and play honest football. So a time like this, like I said, you can know that you have the physical advantages going in, but it doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
Listen up, folks. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50 and win up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up the Hit 50 today. For your chance to win, must be 21 to purchase. On Palmer, Brandon Taylor, and Garrett Brumfield with you from the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. We're getting you ready for LSU and New Mexico Saturday night in Death Valley. It's LSU Game Day. It's presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
That view is amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper.
And each day ends watching a star-filled sky.
Whoa.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions.
Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Louisianians know life here is filled with joy, and sometimes a little uncertainty. No matter your stage in life, know that you can rely on the strength of the cross and protection of the shield. Your card opens the door to a large network of top doctors to care for you. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana has been helping Louisianians get care for generations. With the right card and the right care, you can get back to what you love best.
Louisiana pests can be a formidable opponent, but J&J Exterminating is ready to tackle them on their own turf. J&J Exterminating is Louisiana's largest independently owned pest control company, and we know what works in Louisiana's climate, from ants to termites and everything in between. J&J Exterminating will protect your home or business with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get the shield.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Brian, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. Our team, made up of more than 100,000 employees from around the world, create chemistry every day that help make our favorite sports possible, like football, basketball, and baseball. Whether you're in the game or in the stands, look around and see BASF in action. From the turf, cup holders, and seats, to players' uniforms and protective gear. Learn more at basf.us/LA. BASF, we create chemistry.
Talking Fighting Tiger football.
Intercepted Jay Ward at the 45-yard line, far side.
Back with more LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We're not going to talk a ton about the New Mexico logos outside of our conversation with Steve Virgin a little bit later. But one thing that I did want to talk about specifically with you, Garrett, is this New Mexico defense is coordinated by Rocky Long, who's kind of a legend out west, spent a lot of years head coaches at multiple stops, and he runs this 3-3-5 defense. And it causes some problems for people because it's not something that you see every single week. Unfortunately for Rocky Long in New Mexico, one of his proteges is now running the defense at Mississippi State. That is Zach Garnett, and he runs a 3-3-5, so LSU prepared for it last week. So Rocky Long probably not thrilled at where this game was put on the schedule because LSU has now been repping against this defense for 2 weeks. But to me, Garrett, I want to see LSU get the running game going a little bit in this game because they haven't necessarily done it traditionally through the first 3 weeks outside of Jaden Daniels running around a little bit. When you think about a 3-3-5 defense and what that presents for this LSU offensive front, how do they need to get the ground game going today?
The way you beat a 3-3 stack is zone, 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 zone. You can never be right. Let the defense line up, let them move, let them slant, let them loop, let them cross, let them zigzag, let them make curly cues or anything else that they can draw up in the defensive meeting room, and you run zone straight at them. You catch who's coming at you, you block them on the fly, and you take what you can get. That is the 3-3 stack killer.
Brandon, I mentioned the run game. John Emery came back last week. We saw Armani Goodwin get going late and break off the huge touchdown run, which was really nice. How do you think this running back rotation shakes out tonight and moving forward?
I think we see John Emery a lot more today. I mean, the guy hasn't played football in over a year. So
Almost 2
years, and they didn't want to just throw him in there in the heat of the moment. So they just wanted to get him warmed up. So he gets more reps in practice, and we'll see him a lot more today. I've seen a lot more. I think we'll do a lot more swing passes and get the running backs a lot more involved in this game early on and often and wear this team down, especially with this heat out here.
Yeah, that's. We looked up the weather in Albuquerque, which it does get hot out in Albuquerque. We know that, but it's in the low 80s today, and today it is very much not in the low 80s in Baton Rouge. So it'll be quite humid for the boys from out west. That ought to be a tough grind for them, especially in the second half. But I just want to see LSU run the football in this game. They've got an offensive line that they've kind of figured out what they want to do with. and they need to kind of move forward with that. They played around and moved guys all over the place in camp, and now they've decided this is the group we're going to go with, and that does feature 2 freshmen playing the tackle spots. Garrett, talk about how difficult it is to come in as a true freshman and man both tackle spots.
Man, I'll say this. I came here, highly touted recruit, a whole bunch of schools wanted me, thought I was really hot stuff. And I redshirted, sat on the pine, wasn't nearly as much as, wasn't nearly as good as I thought I was. So to see that these young men are out there doing what they're doing, that speaks volumes to me. Being a guy, been there, done that, not quite to the level that they are. Man, I just hope that those guys keep getting it and keep going. Having freshman experience, being able to do the things that they're doing at the level that they're doing them, I think that the future is very bright for those young men.
Yeah, I think they've really found something. Emory Jones and Will Campbell, and we'll see those 2 guys out there tonight. We will not see Kayshon Boutte out there tonight. Welcomed his first child to the world earlier this week, so he's been excused from being here this weekend. But a lot of what you heard from Brian Kelly this week was talking about trying to get Jack Besh a little bit more involved, and I think that's something that is going to happen tonight. Jack missed a lot of camp with some shin splints, a stress fracture in his shins, but he seems to be pretty healthy at this point. I listen to Brian Kelly, and I think when you hear him talk during press conferences, a lot of times you can understand what's coming. He really wanted to get Kayshon Boutte the ball after they did not do a very good job against Florida State. The first 2 plays they drew up in the past game against Southern went to Kayshon Boutte. I think you see a lot of Jack Besh tonight.
Oh, yes, indeed, and what a blessing it is for an offensive coordinator and a new starting quarterback at LSU to have those type of options. I mean, your top guy is out due to personal reasons, having his first child. That's blessings to him.
Yep.
And you have another stud right behind him waiting to receive passes, and that can make the same type of big plays that Boutte can make as well. So that's a good thing to have, and once we get both those guys back on the field healthy, oh my God.
With Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas and Chris Hilton, it's an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver. They just got to get these guys a football and let them go. Tiger fans, all LSU Sports Radio Network broadcasts are streamed free on LSUsports.net. To listen live on your phone, download the LSU Sports mobile app. It is free to download in the iTunes Store or on Google Play. Visit LSUsports.net/apps for details. Going to get some scores from around the Southeastern Conference. Check in on what's going on in Knoxville. But first, let's take a look back at LSU's conference opening win over Mississippi State.
This is Fighting Tiger Rewind. Auditory highlights from the last time out for LSU Fighting Tiger football. As heard on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
For the 90th season, Southeastern Conference play begins, and for the 3rd straight season, it is a familiar foe as the Mississippi State Bulldogs travel down from Starkville to face your Fighting Tigers of LSU. A little high snap, and Rogers handles, looks right, pump fakes, pressure comes, and he is dropped back at the 41-yard line. B.J. Ojolari, the junior out of Marietta, Georgia, with the sack. His first sack of the season. It'll be 4th down and about a yard. Got to reach the 39-yard line of LSU. Single back, Dylan Johnson back there with Rogers out of the shotgun. Here's the snap from the near side hash to Johnson. He will not get it. Dropped behind the line, dropped at the 41-yard line. A loss of a yard as the Tigers collapse that offensive front. And a turnover on downs gets it back to the Fighting Tigers. Major Burns leads the charge defensively. Here's the snap. Marks gets the carry, and he will be stuffed. Maybe lost another yard. LSU's defense. 2nd time tonight, turnover on downs, and the Tigers have the football inside the Bulldogs' 30-yard line. 2nd down, 13. Marks back there with Rogers. Rogers with the ball. Pressure comes. He'll be dropped again. Back at the 40-yard line. This time, Harold Perkins Jr. with his first sack as a Tiger. Working from the near side hash. Shotgun snap. Daniels looking left. Fires it. Jenkins has it at the 5. Hit initially at the 3, but he wants the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Jeray Jenkins. 3rd touchdown of the year. 8-yard reception, and the Fighting Tigers are on the board. 11:01 remains here in the 3rd quarter. Slade Roy ready to snap it back. Does so. Bramblett puts it down. Ramos swings the leg. Kick is up, and it is good. 35-yard field goal gets the Tigers a little closer. Make it a 13-10 Mississippi State lead as Ramos with his 2nd field goal made on the year. Mark stays in at the running back position. The bunch, 3 receivers to the left side of the formation, 1 lone receiver to the right. Pressure comes! Rogers goes down back at the 29-yard line.
second sack of the night. Here's the snap to Rodgers. Quick fire, broken up, incomplete. No hankies on the field at the 37-yard line. Jay Ward able to get his hands in there, avoid the penalty, and deflect the pass that was coming out again extremely hot. Austin Williams for Mississippi State to receive this punt stance at the Bulldogs 6. Bramlett takes it, takes his time, puts it into the air, high spiraling punt, calling for the fair catch and losing it at the 10-yard line is Williams. LSU has the football at the 9-yard line. Slade Roy, was that Slade Roy that came up with it?
Yes, sir.
The long snapper comes up with a loose ball at the 9-yard line. Booty. Lone receiver to the left. Jenkins lone receiver to the right. Motion Booty left to right. Daniels looks that way. Now up the middle, he'll run. Bounces off a defender into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 3-yard touchdown for Jaden Daniels, his second rushing touchdown of the season. And with 14:11 to go, it's a tie game, 16 all. First down, goal to go inside the 8 of Mississippi State. Williams, the handoff, squirts through the line, gets it at the 2, fights his way near the goal line, and it is a Fighting Tiger touchdown. Hey now, Josh Williams met by a couple of Bulldogs around the 2. He wanted it more, chugging his way to cross the plane. 7-yard touchdown run, and the Tigers extend the lead 23-16. Armani Goodwin back in there at running back with Daniels. 1st and 10. Daniels now will motion Booty. Get the snap. Hand it off Goodwin. Little hole left side. Goodwin breaks free at the 35. Down the middle of the field. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Armani Goodwin. 3rd rushing touchdown of the year. 47-yard strike on the ground. And the Tigers make it 30-16. 3:16. Clock moving, 4th quarter. Rodgers looking, going for the long ball. Intercepted at the 7-yard line. Coming the other way with it is Jay Ward. He's had that kind of night. Ward back to the 25-yard line of the Tigers. Picks off Will Rodgers. His 3rd interception offered up of the year. The final seconds roll off the clock. This one's in the books. Tigers win. Tigers win. Defeat Mississippi State, hand them their first loss on the season. And LSU makes it 2 in a row over the Bulldogs, where they come from behind victory. Tale of 2 different halves. LSU dominated the second half of action tonight en route to a 31-16 victory over the Mississippi State Bulldogs.
That was a Fighting Tiger Rewind. LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, continues after this quick break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
The official pregame show of LSU Fighting Tiger football.
He'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Tigers!
Back on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now to go around the Southeastern Conference. Around the SEC. Proudly presented to you by Louisiana Travel. Feed your soul on a one-of-a-kind road trip in Louisiana. Visit LouisianaIsATrip.com today.
It is time to go around the SEC, but first, let's pause 10 quick seconds for station identification on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Back here inside the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village between the ramps of the PMAC across from historic Tiger Stadium. Time to take a look around the SEC and get you caught up on the scores and the games that will go on tonight. In the early morning window, Georgia sleptwalk through Kent State. 39-22 was the final there, and Athens Dogs should remain number one in the polls. Auburn and Missouri was absolutely nuts on the Plains. It was 14-14 late. Missouri threw a pass deep inside the 5-yard line with under a minute to play. Instead of electing to go for the touchdown, they settled for a field goal, kicked a field goal as time expired from about 25 yards, missed it just right, so they went to overtime. Auburn missed a field goal in overtime, but an offsides penalty on Missouri allowed them to re-kick. They knocked it through to take a 3-point lead. Missouri handed the ball to a running back who went around left in and was a yard and a half from the end zone to win the game, and he dropped it. And it went out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. Auburn survives in what was maybe a buyout bowl on the Plains at Jordan Hare. Eli Drinkwitz in a little bit of trouble at Missouri. Brian Harson's still in some trouble as LSU heads to Auburn next week. We got to win that game. They stink.
Bruh, if Auburn score on us, I will be highly disappointed. It's like their dreams are melting like ice over there.
It's not good.
I don't see an end to it, and it's just going to get worse.
The end to it's going to be a buyout check for Brian Harsin whenever that happens to occur.
He need to be locked up for fraud.
Mississippi State beat Bowling Green 45-14 in Davis Wade Stadium in Starkville, and the game's in action right now. Ole Miss leads Tulsa 35-17 at halftime, and Florida just punched in a touchdown. They are now trailing at Tennessee by 3 points. Your score there, 24-21, as they play in the middle of the third quarter up on Rocky Top. Tonight at 6 o'clock on ESPN2, Kentucky welcomes in Northern Illinois. Big one in Arlington at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Arkansas undefeated 3-0 on the season against Texas A&M, who was 2-1. That'll be in Jerry World. Going to be very, very interesting to see how that one plays out. Alabama will beat Vanderbilt by 1,000,000 at 6:30 on the SEC Network, and Charlotte visits Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, South Carolina on ESPNU at 6:30. That rounds out the schedule. Great American RV Superstores connects you with one of America's greatest pastimes. Visit GreatAmericanRV.com for one of the largest selections of top RV models and floor plans for every type of camper. Great American RV Superstores, making memories one weekend at a time. We're getting you ready for LSU and New Mexico tonight inside Tiger Stadium. Still a lot to get to here on the pregame show. We're going to get you some scores from around the country. Going to get you our weather report. Junior broadcaster from Whataburger is going to come on by, get you some keys to the victory. Robert Steeples, LSU cornerbacks coach, is our assistant coach interview of the week. So don't go anywhere. We're right here. It's LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time, strong.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
At Greenpoint Ag, we know what it takes to help you win on the farm. Whether you're focused on offense or defense, we evaluate the specific needs of your operation through every stage of your growing season to bring you the best in farming. Your success is our passion, so don't settle for a field goal when you can score a touchdown. Greenpoint Ag is game day ready to serve as your trusted agronomic advisor. Learn more about our full array of agronomic and ag technology services at greenpointag.com. Farmer owned, locally focused. We are Greenpoint Ag.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply. When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Train. Plus, right now, Train is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Train.com to find a local Train dealer today. It's hard to stop a train. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at olrmc.com/LSU.
We continue with LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, leading you up to LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Pressure comes. Ojulari gonna bring him down at the 43-yard line.
With a quick check of the college football scoreboard, let's go inside the Capital One studio with Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Oh, back in the nice chilly confines of the Capital One studios for your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard, presented for the people by Caesars. A look at the Kent State Golden Flashes, giving the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs their closest game of the season thus far. Bulldogs pull it out, though, 39-22. Second-ranked Alabama hosts Vandy at 6:30, same time that number 3 Ohio State welcomes in Wisconsin. Number 4, Michigan outlasted Maryland by a touchdown, 34-27. Speaking of close games, it took overtime to get number 5 Clemson past number 21 Wake Forest, 51-45. Number 6 Oklahoma kicks off half an hour after us versus Kansas State. An hour and a half after that, number 7 USC will be in Corvallis taking on Oregon State. Number 8 Kentucky's got a 6 p.m. start versus the Huskies of Northern Illinois. So do number 10 Arkansas and number 23 Texas A&M. Tennessee and Florida doing battle right now. Hunt had the score for you just a moment ago. 5:32 to go in the third quarter. Tennessee's got a 24-21 lead over the Gators. Number 12, NC State hosts UConn at 6:30. 3 hours later, number 13, Utah is taking on Arizona State. 14th-ranked Penn State moves to 4-0. They topped Central Michigan 33-14. Number 15, Oregon is at Washington State. Right now, the Washington State Cougars have a 17-15 lead at the end of the third quarter. Tulsa is at number 16, Ole Miss. The Ole Miss Rebels have a 35-17 lead. They're about a minute and a half into the third quarter in that contest. Number 17, Baylor was a touchdown better than Iowa State, 31-24 your final. And number 18, Washington will be hosting Stanford at 9:30 tonight. 22nd ranked Texas is in Lubbock. Right now it is Longhorns 31, Texas Tech Red Raiders 24, 26 seconds ago in the third quarter of that one. And what is going on in Hard Rock Stadium? Right now, 6:08 to go in the third period. Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders have a 31-17 lead over the 25th-ranked Miami Hurricanes. Taking a look around our in-state schools, Southern Miss will be at Tulane, La Tech will be at South Alabama, and Incarnate Word at Southeastern, all kicking off at 6 p.m. 7 p.m., you've got UL Lafayette at UL Monroe, and Mississippi College will be at McNeese. Going on with in-state schools that are playing right now, Grambling is at Bethune-Cookman. I'm sorry, that game just went final. Bethune-Cookman wins 36-19 over the Grambling Tigers. Nichols is hosting the Jacksonville State Gamecocks and not having a very good time. 9:26 to go in the third quarter there, 49-14 Jacksonville State. Lamar is at Northwestern State. Northwestern State has a 21-10 halftime lead. And that is a look at your scoreboard presented for the people by Caesars. Let's throw it back across the street to Hunt Palmer. Hunt?
Thank you, Brain. That was very mean that you talked about being in that air-conditioned studio, but we'll forgive you for that. And we will forgive you for that.
Weather report's next, Hunt.
I'm sure it is. The countdown to kickoff, we are an hour and 20 minutes from kickoff inside Tiger Stadium. That's delivered by ASAP. ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. And LSU Athletics would like to thank tonight's game sponsor, Albertsons. Albertsons is proud to be the official grocer of the LSU Athletics, always serving up fresh food and local flavors. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, and Garrett Brumfield inside the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village across the street from historic Tiger Stadium, where there is an ocean of purple and gold pouring in. It's going to be LSU and New Mexico tonight at 6:30. We'll take another timeout, come back with more. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka, and it's on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
We continue with LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now for your Game Day forecast.
Now here's the weather.
From inside the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Your pregame weather update presented by Southern Air, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Been a scorcher all day long today. We should be down to 92 degrees by kickoff. That's right, down to 92, though the heat index will still have it feeling like 98. We should be down to 84, feeling like 90 by halftime, and 80, feeling like 85 on the post-game walk back to the car. On top of that, there's really no wind to speak of. It's at about 5-mile-an-hour breeze right now. Going to crank down to about a 3-mile-an-hour breeze once the sun sets. On the plus side, there is no chance of rain tonight. Right now, we are at 95 degrees, though when the heat index, it feels like 100. Sitting in that 100, though I'm guessing he's going to take the over. Let's get it back to Hunt Palmer.
Thanks, Brian. Continue to rub it in. Appreciate that. It's time now for the Whataburger Junior Broadcaster Program. It gives Tiger fans between the ages of 6 and 12 the opportunity to be interviewed by the LSU Sports Radio Network crew before each LSU home game. To enter your child, download the LSU Sports mobile app, click on the Whataburger Junior Broadcaster ad, and hit the like button for your chance to win. Winners also receive 4 tickets to the next home game, so be sure to make sure you visit Whataburger's location near Burbank and Nicholson. Time now for our Whataburger Junior Broadcast. Everybody please welcome Susie. Susie, how are you?
Good.
You're good. Well, we're thrilled that you are here. Now, where do you go to school?
St. Teresa Middle.
St. Teresa Middle. Now, I hear that you play some softball now and then. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you good?
Yes, sir.
I hear you're awesome. Now, what's your favorite thing to do in softball? You like to pitch? You like to hit?
I like to field the ball at shortstop.
Oh, that is awesome. I played shortstop when I was your age. I loved shortstops. You ever get a chance to go see Coach Torina, the LSU softball team over there?
Yes, sir.
That is awesome. They're really good. Now, what's your favorite thing to do when you come to watch the Tigers play?
I always like to cheer for them.
You love cheering for him. Did you see Mike the Tiger early today?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that is awesome. He is so cool. Now, what do you think the score of the game tonight's going to be?
60-3.
60-3. That got a reaction from the folks out there. I love that. Last week, our junior broadcaster predicted like 40-0. I liked that, and it was almost. And so I hope that it is. I hope it is 60-3. That's a great prediction, Susie. All right, tell me your favorite thing to order at Whataburger.
A cheeseburger.
Oh, I love a cheeseburger from Whataburger. They have the best cheeseburgers. Anybody you want to say hey to? Mom, Dad, anybody?
Hey, Dad.
Dad's out there in the crowd. Susie, we thank you so much for coming by. Enjoy the game tonight. Say go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
That is Susie, our junior broadcaster here, presented by Whataburger. Getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit is another reason banking with Capital One is one of the easiest decisions ever. That's banking reimagined. What is in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One, in a member FDIC. Still got a lot more to go. It's LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
With a plan from People's Health, you get the benefit of a complimentary health club membership. But that's not all. They now offer 65% more fitness centers with gyms you can visit nationwide while traveling, and the flexibility of joining multiple gyms to fit your lifestyle. There's even online programs to help you stay active in the comfort of your own home. To learn more about this expanded benefit, give People's Health a call, 1-855-821-2666, or visit peopleshealth.com.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill.
Hey, Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU athletics. Go Tigers!
Fans, enjoy the fun of tailgating without having to worry about setup or teardown. Let Revelry Sports and Entertainment do all the work for you, providing full-service tailgating for LSU fans. Revelry Sports and Entertainment is offering premium tailgate packages at the Oaks on the grounds of the Patrick F. Taylor Building, just down the street from Tiger Stadium. The Oaks is presented by Rouse's Markets. Tailgate packages for the season and single-game spots are now available. Just go to revelryteam.com/LSU or call 225-244-9345. That's 225-244-9345.
Take 2 parts Tiger Superstars, 1 part Superfan. Voila! You have LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka, the official pregame radio companion of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, tailgating is back. Revelry and LSU Athletics bring you the 2-minute turnkey tailgate. Choose your game, choose your add-on, show up on game day, and tailgate like a champion. Reserve yours today at revelryteam.com. We are about an hour and 15 minutes from kickoff here at Tiger Stadium. It's LSU and New Mexico. One more step outside of conference before the real conference action cranks up next week in Auburn. Brandon Taylor, got keys to the victory. What you got today?
Keys to the victory, just continue to build off of last week. Get these running backs going, and that way we can go into this gauntlet with a complete team and a complete scheme from all 3 phases of the game.
Look, I think the team's pretty healthy. I think there have been some ups and downs as we expected, but right now I think they're in pretty good shape. As you watch the rest of the teams inside the Southeastern Conference, you feel like LSU's gonna be right in there every single week. And so today's another opportunity for LSU to get a little bit better, maybe get some younger guys some opportunities and win a ball game. Garrett Brumfield, your key to the victory.
Hunt, I remember when I was about 14, 15 years old, I was at the Under Armour All-American Combine, and there's a former offensive lineman by the name of George Hegeman, and he came in and he gave us the definition of character. He said, character is what you do when nobody's looking, right? So, yes, everybody's going to be looking. 103, 321 are looking today, but it's about doing what we're supposed to do when we're supposed to do it, playing to the level that we are supposed to today as if nobody's looking. So I believe that the key to the game is character.
I like it, Garrett Brumfield. It's a little bit different. Usually from that table, we just get sacks and win the line of scrimmage. So we'll take it and tell you that. Shout out Big Fave. We'll see you next week. Big Fave taking a week off here. Look, for me, I've been talking about this all week, and I really mean it. Jaden Daniels' ability to run the football is phenomenal. He is excellent at it. He led the country the last 2 years in tuck rate and still averaged about 9 yards per carry when he runs with. And there have been times where that's all LSU could do. The first half against Florida State, really the entire offense was him tucking it and running. The last drive before the half last week, 65% of it was accounted for by him running off schedule. And that's going to be a huge piece of LSU's offense. But he needs to get the ball to the playmakers a little bit more than he's doing right now. So tonight, I want him to play like he's got concrete on his shoes and just sit in the pocket and throw the football. If you go back and look at the tape, time after time, guys are breaking open on routes. They are wide open, and he's tucking it and running. And, last week he tucked it and ran and scored a touchdown. Well, Kayshawn was wide open on a post. So I think the strength of this LSU team is its wide receiver, the depth and the amount of talent there, and they're not going to be able to give you what they're capable of if he's tucking it a little bit too early and running. So, again, I don't want it to go away completely, but in this game, when you've got that team outmatched, I want him to play from the pocket tonight. So I want when his back foot hits, that ball needs to come out. That's what I want to see tonight.
And then another thing, I know Jaden Daniel has dreams and aspirations, just like every player that comes through LSU, to play to the next level.
Yeah.
In order to get there, you have to throw wide receivers open. You have to anticipate routes and just be on point as far as your three-step drop and getting the ball out in order to get to the next level and to make it through SEC play healthy alone, because running around like that, I mean, it's exciting and everything, but once you get caught, somebody in the SEC that will catch you. And when they do, they're going to put – it's like a nail to the hammer. They're going to put you in the dirt, and I mean, you just want to play smart, and your leader on his team, so you want to stay healthy.
When that back foot plants tonight, I want the ball coming out, and I want him to go through progressions and throw it, not just tuck it and go. There's a time for that, and we'll see it, but I'm going to be a little critical on that tonight, and we'll hear about it after the game, I'm sure, but I hope that Jaden Daniels throws the football to his wide receivers as opposed to running it. That's my key to the game tonight. LSU fans, StubHub's the easiest way to experience every Tigers game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, and get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of LSU Athletics. StubHub, be there. Those are our keys to victory. When we come back after this timeout, we'll go inside Tiger Stadium. Steve Virgin covers New Mexico with the Albuquerque Journal. He's with us next. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Kickoff is coming up soon. Let's learn more about the Tigers' opponent with Tiger Recon on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
TJ Ribs, legendary Louisiana barbecue and home of the Brian Kelly Show, is the official barbecue restaurant of LSU Athletics and the presenting sponsor of the Tiger One Village. We have every game all the time, to-go tailgate packages and event catering located on Acadian Thruway, Seegan Lane, and Airline in Prairieville. Visit us online at tjribs.com. Time now to go inside Tiger Stadium. That's where we'll find Steve Virgin, covers New Mexico for the Albuquerque Journal. He joins us now. Steve, thanks for the time. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It is our pleasure. This is probably your first time here in Baton Rouge. I know you were walking around campus, sending out some videos on Twitter. Your impressions of a game day here at LSU?
This is really real college football, you know. It's great to experience. This is what it's all about, basically.
Well, this New Mexico team, 2-1 on the season. Last week forced about 100 turnovers. Rocky Long is the captain of that defense, and I want to talk about him. I think people in this part of the country maybe not as familiar with him because he spent so much time and had so much success out west. What is Rocky Long's reputation and legacy out on the West Coast?
Well, he's kind of solidified it and then increased his legendary status basically by improving this defense that was is at the bottom of the nation basically just 3 years ago, and now it's in the top 10 after the first 3 games of the season. But yeah, he commands a lot of respect. The players love playing for him. He's very modest about his recruiting style because he doesn't go on the road anymore. He's kind of just staying in his hometown of Albuquerque, Corrales, and he still attracts a lot of good defensive players from across the nation that want to play for him because he has one of the best defenses in the nation.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. He runs that 3-3-5, and Zach Garnett, a disciple of Rocky Long's, actually runs the defense at Mississippi State and has for 3 years. So LSU has been working against this for 2 weeks now. What makes this 3-3-5 so difficult for some teams to get through?
A lot of disguises, you know. There's a lot of movement before the snap. Some stunts, you know. They really take pride in stopping the run. And I know LSU is going to be tough for them, but that's what they hang their head on. You know, they really try to stop the run. They run a lot of man defense in the backfield. Maybe the receivers might have a big day today, but definitely a lot of stunts. They want to get after the quarterback, and yeah, it should be a good chess match in that sense today.
How would you rate the talent level in the New Mexico secondary? We understand that it's a little bit different level of football, but do you think that New Mexico can play with LSU physically?
It's going to be a big test. You know, I think they can. I do. From what I've seen throughout the summer and throughout these first 3 games, they did lose a key guy in the secondary. They did lose safety Tavian Combs for the season. Left, torn ACL, and that's unfortunate, but they do have some depth there. It's a lot of inexperience, though, but that is their strength of their defense, I believe, the safeties and the corners.
Steve Virgin from the Albuquerque Journal is our guest. We'll take a time out, come back, and talk about this New Mexico option offense. That's next. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop super1foods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Hey, Tiger fans! With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Hey, Tiger fans 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit LSUMKC.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
Keen Miller, serving the legal needs of business and industry across Louisiana and Texas. They are dedicated to providing quality, efficient, and cost-effective legal services from offices in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lafayette, Shreveport, Lake Charles, Houston, and the Woodlands. Learn more now at KeenMiller.com. That's KEANMILLER.com. Linda Perez Clark, Managing Partner.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Learning more about the team across the field. Tiger Recon continues on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We're out here in the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village between the ramps of the Pete Maravich Assembly Center across the street from Tiger Stadium. Steve Virgin of the Albuquerque Journal is inside Tiger Stadium in the press box chatting with us about these New Mexico Lobos. Steve, let's turn sides of the football and go to the New Mexico offense. How would you describe the offensive velocity and what you'll see from the Logos tonight?
Yeah, they like to run the ball. They believe they have some good depth at the running back position. They do have some option game, RPO definitely, but with Miles Kendrick as the quarterback, they do have an option threat there at the quarterback position, and he likes to get it to the outside with Luke Weissong. They're kind of in sync with that pitch. He's very accurate with the pitch. He hasn't had too many mistakes when he does that. And, you know, he has a pretty nice touch on the ball when he goes deep. He hasn't been able to connect too many times, but yeah, they'll take their shots deep. I would say, you know, at least 3 to 5 times in the first half, I would think, but we'll see.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of option tonight. That's something that can kind of neutralize a size or talent advantage, which is that's exactly what New Mexico is trying to deal with, and I think that you'll see a lot of options tonight. As far as the tailbacks go, you mentioned the depth, 1 or 2 guys that LSU fans can look for tonight carrying the football.
Well, they're led by Nate Jones. You know, he's very hard runner, dynamic, he's explosive. He'll be their lead tailback most likely. And they got Sherrod White, a transfer from a junior college in California called Mount San Jacinto. And they even got a freshman that gets some carries named Christian Washington, and he's also in the kick return game.
Steve, we really appreciate some time. Enjoy the ball game tonight. Safe travels back out west.
Appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
That is Steve Virgin from the Albuquerque Journal talking New Mexico Lobos. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be LSU's championship health partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are creating transformational change and impact in Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU. Still lots to get to here on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. You're listening to the LSU LSU Sports Radio Network.
She's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
She's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
At the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water, your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back here inside the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village, Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Garrett Brumfield. And BT, I've done this with you for 5 years now. I've worked with Jacob Hester a bunch. Y'all love special teams. And LSU special teams last week were not good. There were 3 errors in the punt return game. The coverage units were not good. And my question is, like, how much can you work on, like, the coverage unit during the week? You're not going to run full speed on special team stuff during the week of practice, like tackling and stuff. So how much can you clean that up, or how much of it is just go do your job?
Playing for Coach Miles, the first 45 minutes of practice was special teams, and we worked on it. That was just amazing. One of his big key things, and it won us a bunch of games, and it's a big key part to the game, and it changes the momentum and the sway of games, especially when you're out there making big plays and big hits. And a lot of guys y'all see playing in the NFL today from LSU made their name on special teams.
No doubt about it. And you've got guys that are still in the NFL that are playing because they're great on special teams. But LSU's got to do a better job of that tonight. Garrett Brumfield, your thoughts on LSU special teams through 3 weeks? It's been a little spotty.
Man, I can tell you this. As many snaps as I played of offensive line, I'm willing to say that special teams is the most important phase of the game. I could even go back to my second season being a Tiger on campus, right? I was a primary field goal, point after touchdown blocking guy, right? So I'm in there, I'm in the meeting. We know which way they bring the rush. We know what side's going to be the heavy side in this field position. And I think those are the things that we have to key on. We have to shore up our field goal protection. We have to shore up our ball security and just getting field position in our special teams overall, and just make sure we know our keys, we know what's coming at us before it happens, and we can pretty much see into the future.
I know you had to love last week when Emory Jones, a freshman lineman from Baton Baton Rouge, makes an open field tackle on a punt return. How about that?
So I saw a still image on Twitter that shows him in the open field and all of the opposing players coming dead at him. And to see him make that play, man, that was a feat of athleticism that just warmed my heart.
I work with Jeremy Hill every single weekday on local radio here in Baton Rouge, and he said he knew Emory Jones would be a little bit different. When he went to the rec one time and went and played basketball with him, Emory Jones was crossing people up, reverse layups, hitting jump shots. Like, this dude is big and he's got ability to move. Then you see the athleticism that you saw on that play on special teams last week. Emory Jones, a special dude. We'll see a lot more of him over the next 3 years here in Baton Rouge. Still a lot to get to here over the next few minutes on LSU Game Day. Got to chat with Robert Steeples, the LSU cornerbacks coach, and give you our picks at the end of the show. But first, let's go inside the mind of the Tigers.
Time to go inside the mind of the Tigers.
Defensive lineman Jacoby and Guillory.
No matter who we playing this Saturday, like, it's still a football game, and we won't be fully prepared for this football game. And we're ready to get the ball rolling. But like, these games are really important. It can go in either way for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just really important to home in on every game that we have every Saturday, so we can just be locked in for the next.
Cornerback Jarek Bernard Converse.
Of course, it's another week that you have to focus. Mexico is a pretty good football team, so we got to come in, focus, just like any other opponent, and trust the game plan and do our best.
Running back Josh Williams.
We reset every week after the game, and we get ready for the new opponent. We don't look down on anybody that we play. We reset and we get ready for the next opponent. So I just think we need to keep focusing on starting fast after the Florida State game. That's one of the big emphasis that Coach Kelly gave us as a team, and I believe that's something that we've been working on.
Center Charles Turner.
SEC is like a year of 4 quarter games. So as y'all seen Saturday, we kind of got off to a slow start, and we got to get better at that. But as far as, using last game as that was our first SEC W, so we want to take that to heart. But at the same time, we can't, we got to leave that in the past. We got to get better and continue to move forward.
The mind of the Tigers. The guys will be back with more right after this quick break on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks, or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk On's family and friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Are you a homeowner looking to keep your home cool while saving money? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who wants to offer customers more efficient, more consistent home comfort. Luxair is the name to know for unmistakably efficient and reliable home cooling, and great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit solarsupplyluxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
We're Dudley DeBosier. As an official partner of LSU Athletics, we love being back here on campus.
It's where we began our journey as lawyers.
And it keeps us connected to the community we pledged to serve.
This place has made a difference in so many lives across the state.
And it inspires us to do the same.
We're a law firm that cares about this community.
And that's the Dudley DeBosier difference.
Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics. 444-4444.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112230.
Built upon a solid foundation of cast iron and steel, the Kubota LO1 series is part of our tractor lineup, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. They feature powerful Kubota diesel engines and easy operation. The durable Kubota LO1 series. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Take 2 parts Tiger superstars, 1 part superfan. Voila! You have LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka, the official pregame radio companion of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Now time for our weekly discussion with an LSU assistant coach. Today, cornerbacks coach Robert Steeples joined us. Coach, every coach has a journey. Yours is a little bit different. You went from the high school ranks directly to the NFL. You'd been an NFL player, so it's not a foreign world to you, but what was that transition like going from coaching high school kids to pros?
I mean, it was, some of it you find some strength and the foundation from the high school roots, but also the transition, it was intriguing. Obviously, having been blessed enough to play it at every level, you kind of see things from a different perspective. So I think the best thing is the transition was the amount of feedback you get. I think with the high school athletes, you're laying out more of a blueprint with tunnel vision. I think with the professional athletes, they're giving a ton of feedback, helping shape that blueprint. And I think with the college athlete we got here at LSU, they're really taking ownership of creating standards and blueprints.
Got a chance to work with Patrick Peterson in Minnesota. He's thought of pretty fondly around here. What was working with him like?
Oh, man, well, Pat P was awesome. I mean, like I say, he's a consummate professional. He keeps the game fun, but he makes guys better around him. I always say when Pat P's on the field, you're getting 1.5. You're getting him, and he's boosting somebody else around him. And so seeing that impact, that elevates you as a coach, too, because you want to be able to have that same impact and help boost guys around you.
Let's go back to last week. Anytime you play Mississippi State and Mike Leach, they're going to put it in the air a lot. How fired up were your guys to play, and what did you think of their performance?
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, that was awesome. That's what you come to LSU for is, if you pride yourself on being a strong defense and in particular being DBU, when the team comes in and they plan to air the ball out, you're going to have your work cut out for you. And so it was awesome to see the guys step up and show no flinch. They savored the moment. They wanted that moment. And, they played a complete game. And so, that's a good start to SEC play and something to build on.
There's a decision made to move Jay Ward closer to the line of scrimmage, and it looked like he really embraced that. What was that move like, and what did you see from his play last week?
Yeah, I mean, we really just want to put our guys in position to succeed, and we wanted Jay, to be a little close to the line of scrimmage. Greg also, he's a quarterback in that defense, so getting guys lined up and communicating with them. But, yeah, I mean, we were just putting guys where we thought the action would be coming from, and so that's the good group of DBs we got. They're pretty versatile where we can move them around from time to time.
When you turn on the film and look at this week's opponent, New Mexico, what do you see?
When you play any type of team that plays option football like that, they challenge your culture. They see, how disciplined you are, how efficient you are, but most importantly, how much do you really want to play football? Not just the fancy showboat one-handed catch football, but the leather helmet, one face bar type of football. So they're going to make us play real football, but, I always tell our guys, if you want to be elite, you got to be complete. So, we expect to take care of things in the air and attack things on the ground.
Guys, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck in the game.
I appreciate you.
That's LSU cornerbacks coach Robert Steeples. We were counting down to kickoff LSU and New Mexico. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Talking Fighting Tiger football. Back with more LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, and Garrett Brumfield with you from the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. Just heard from LSU cornerbacks coach Robert Stiefels. Appreciate him for sitting down with us on Friday morning as his crew gets ready to roll. Brandon, this is an option offense that we're going to see from New Mexico. Not a triple option, but there's a lot of read stuff. They're going to get the quarterback on the edge. You got to play real discipline, real assignment stuff. I understand that this is not Auburn or Florida or Alabama on the other side, so sometimes you have to worry about focus and intensity, but you got to bring it on defense tonight because it's an offense that if you're not where you're supposed to be, they can hit you for a big play.
Oh, yes, indeed. This is an offense that wants to get 3 to 4 yards on every single down, and you just can't let your eyes beat you in this type of situation, playing against a team that runs the option formation. And the main thing is you got to be able to tackle in space. And I would look for this defense to come out and create turnovers for stripping the ball, get your hands up, block passes, and just make big plays, man, to get big turnovers and get the offense back the ball.
I thought Matt House did an awesome job last week.
Yes,
they created some pressure, which I didn't think would be possible against Mississippi State because of the nature of that offense and how quickly the ball gets out. But LSU was aggressive up front. Ojulari was everywhere. They used Harold Perkins all over the field as well, and they were in position on the back end where they needed to be. So I think Matt House, through 3 games, has done a really good job. The only issue that I've seen through 3 games is the fact that they were bad on third down against Florida State. Outside of that, it's been a really good month.
Oh, yes, indeed. And then keeping these long driven out tempo drives, keeping your defense off the field for 12-play drives, man, that means a lot, especially when you're playing this type of heat, because at the end of the game, you've seen Mississippi State's defense was worn down.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and that's what Mississippi State's goal is, to wear you down, and LSU pulled the flip on them on that one. As far as the offense goes, Garrett, talk about playing offensive line in front of a quarterback that moves as much as Jaden Daniels does.
Man, I will say this. It's obviously evident, and, we can look at the numbers and things of that nature, right? This unit doesn't have a whole lot of snaps together, right? So something that we're seeing in the defensive secondary, with the trust that we spoke about earlier with the DBs, I think that's something that it's going to take time to still mesh and mend down the line. Up until a few weeks ago, some of the guys up front, the big nasties, as they would call us, they didn't know who the guy was going to be. You know what I mean? So now they do know who that guy's going to be. And I think it's just, rallying around that guy, having that guy trust you so he can sit in there, you trusting that guy so he won't make you block a 340 guy for 7 seconds. And, just everybody, knowing their cues, the offensive line knowing who can come, who will come. The same with the quarterback, him being confident in that. And as you touched on earlier, going through his reads and everybody being smooth.
It's time now to look at tonight's Built Ford Tough Series history, brought to you by your local Southern Quality Ford dealers. Let the good times roll. First ever meeting for New Mexico and LSU. It'll come on a Saturday night in Death Valley. No better place on earth than this campus on a fall Saturday. This is a gorgeous one, if a little bit warm, and we're excited for LSU and New Mexico tonight. We'll take one more time out, come back and wrap things up from the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. It's LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. It's on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
If you want to see the world's largest chest of drawers, you go to High Point, North Carolina.
Yeah, that's a big chest.
If you want to stand under the skirt of the giant 15.4-ton statue of Marilyn Monroe, you go to Palm Springs, California.
Yeah, that is a big chest.
And if you want to discover the world's biggest, bestest pizza, you go to Fat Boy's Pizza. 30 inches of premium toppings, cheesy awesomeness and crust perfection awaits.
That's a big pizza.
Size matters at Fat Boy's Pizza.
Nice.
More to love.
Okay.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Mow, dig, haul, lift. The versatile Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor does it all. Switching attachments is simple, and a smooth hydrostatic transmission makes for easy operation. The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Kickoff is just around the corner. One last time, let's get final thoughts from the guys before boot meets ball on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Athletics would like to thank tonight's game sponsor, Albertsons. Albertsons is proud to be the official grocer of LSU Athletics, always serving up fresh food and local flavors. Some news from inside Tiger Stadium as it relates to the ball game. We told you Kayshawn Booty will not be with LSU tonight as his girlfriend welcomed their first child into the world earlier this week. Major Burns is not going to play tonight. Joe Fouché is suspended for this game. Matthew Langlaw is injured, so at safety, you're talking about a real issue with depth back there. May have to move Jay Ward back to safety tonight for this one. Maybe Derek Davis could play a little bit as well. You also will not see B.J. Ojolari tonight. He is in sweats and not expected to play. So Brandon will start with safety. The best option is Jay Ward back there, but you think you kind of found a new spot for him. Do you try to plug that spot in the back with somebody else just so Jay can play that spot, or do you put the best guy on the field and move him back and figure something else out at nickel, probably with Sage Ryan?
I will keep Jay Ward in that same spot and plug somebody back in on the back end, especially with the style of offense that New Mexico brings in today. You want your best player close to the line in case they run an option.
Yeah, and he's been really, really good in terms of tackling around the line of scrimmage for the most part of his career as well. So we'll see what they decide to do there. Ojolari being out obviously compromised that LSU pass rush just a little bit, but maybe a spot where you can see a little more Harold Perkins. They've moved him all over the place. He's played in the middle of the field. They've run him on some blitzes and some stunts, and he's also rushed the passer. I don't really care where they put him as long as he's on the field because he can play.
Right. We definitely need some guys who can get upfield and essentially just be disruptive. We've done that at times pretty well throughout the year so far, but sometimes teams are catching us out of our rush lanes. They're catching us not being as disciplined as we can be, and I think that is what tonight comes back to, especially when you have guys out. The guys who are in there, they have to play defined football, playing the X's and O's, doing exactly what was going over in the meeting. That's how you have a good product on the field on Saturday.
How does this one go tonight, Garrett?
Tigers by 5 scores or more.
I like to hear that. Brandon, how do you think it goes?
I think we beat this team 41-10.
That would be just fine with me. Get on the road down to Auburn for SEC play. That's about all we can do here from the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. It's been a fun one. Appreciate y'all for hanging out with us for the last 90 minutes. Of course, chatted with Steve Virgin about the New Mexico Lobos. Chatted with Robert Steeples, LSU cornerback coach. Got you some scores from around the country and inside college football. Looks like they're winding down over there in Knoxville, Tennessee. Vols by 10 with about 4 minutes to play in that game. So we'll get you caught up on all the scores after the game as well. We'll be with you 30 minutes after it goes final for an hour from the Capital One studios across the street, reacting to LSU and New Mexico tonight. So hopefully discussing a huge Tiger win, as we generally like to do on Saturday nights in Death Valley. So thanks for hanging out with us over the last 90 minutes. We've done what we can. We will throw it now into the stadium. That's where you'll find the broadcast team. You know them. It's Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow, and the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair. New Mexico and LSU. Here come the Tigers.
This has been LSU Game Day.
This is our time. This is our game.
The time for talk is over. Coming up, it's LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Tiger fans, from border to border, coast to coast, and all the ships at sea, LSU Fighting Tiger football is on the air. This is LSU Fighting Tiger football from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
50, 10, 5, touchdown! 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 Fighting Tigers!
After the 1-0 start in the SEC, the Fighting Tigers welcome in the New Mexico Lobos out of the Mountain West.
Game time, baby. It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
The last of a 3-game homestand as the Tigers look to pick up their 3rd win of the season.
Tigers win! Tigers win!
First meeting ever. It's the New Mexico Lobos, the Fighting Tigers of LSU.
The sun will soon find its home in the western sky, and it will be Saturday night in Death Valley.
And the countdown to kickoff starts now. From inside legendary Tiger Stadium with the call of the game, here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
Indeed, wrapping up a 3-game homestand just before heading into the teeth of the always tough conference schedule. A meeting of the Mountain West and the SEC as the New Mexico Lobos travel over from the land of enchantment to take on your Fighting Tigers of LSU. Hello, everybody. This is Chris Blair along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush, our spotter Jim Nickel, Patrick Wright with stats, onside engineer Joe Jackson, and the straw stirring the drink back in the Capital One studio, Mr. Brian Haldane, welcoming you to legendary Tiger Stadium for tonight's play-by-play story. Your Tigers off to a 2-1 start, 1-0 in league action, coming off the impressive 31-16 victory last week over Mississippi State. New Mexico comes in fresh off a 27-10 win over UTEP at home in Albuquerque last Saturday, and third-year head coach Danny Gonzalez's team also sports a 2-1 mark, but they will play their first road game of the year here in week number 4. LSU's defense looked to have found their identity last week in dominating the Mike Leach air raid assault with pressure, solid tackling, and smothering coverage. The offense for the Tigers still trying to put that 4-quarter game all together, while special teams has an opportunity tonight to take one step closer to perfection. It's the first meeting all time between these two programs, although LSU is 7-1 all time against Mountain West teams. The lone loss to a current Mountain West team was 30 years ago. Colorado State won 17-14 here in Baton Rouge. So find your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, then kick back and join us for all the action on a Saturday night in Death Valley. It's New Mexico, it's LSU, and it's coming up next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Out on the field or on the court is where thousands of LSU athletes learn lessons of a lifetime. I know I did.
Learning about hard work, sacrifice, and teamwork makes a huge difference in people's lives.
That's why we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Dudley DeBosier is a firm that brings our LSU values to work with us every day.
Because we believe that's how you make a difference in people's lives.
The Dudley DeBosier difference. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112229.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers.
Hey, Tiger fans, your new favorite local delivery app is here. Download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. All season long, make sure to use promo code TIGERS22 to score free delivery and automatically be entered in the Winner ASAP Dinner Sweepstakes for a chance to win LSU tickets, autographed merchandise, and more. That's promo code TIGERS22. ASAP is the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics.
Welcome in to the Countdown to Kickoff from the LSU Sports Radio Network. Delivered by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics, leading you up to Fighting Tiger football. But first, a visit with LSU head coach Brian Kelly. Standing by with a coach, here's former Tiger Gordy Rush.
Coach, let's talk a little bit about tonight's opponent, New Mexico. They come in 2-1, very familiar with them.
Yeah, obviously it starts with what they're doing defensively, and we're familiar with their defense because Rocky Long is running it, and we just saw Zach Arnett, who's from that Rocky Long tree. So it is an aggressive defense. It's a 3-3-5 structure, a little bit more stacked 3-3-5, but they've been really good. They're taking the football away. Last week they took it away 7 times against a pretty good UTEP team. So we're going to have to be on top of things. We've got to be smart with the football. We've got to be really good up front and making sure that we get great communication and really be more efficient than we were in the first half against Mississippi State.
Coach, you talked in our post-game interview about needing to run the football in this conference in the SEC, the win. You did that in the second half. After a chance to see the tight cut film, your thoughts on your offensive line?
Well, I think it's coming together. I think Emory Jones gave us a lot at the right tackle position. He's athletic. He moves his feet. He finishes blocks. I think we were pleasantly surprised. The expectations were that we were going to put a freshman out there and put him into the fire, and we're going to have to live with a lot of mistakes. I think we had one sack that he gave up on an inside move. Other than that, we were very, very pleased with his play, and I think it just helps us moving forward to know that we're going to have a pretty good combination with those two freshmen out there.
We also talked a little bit about the conditioning of your team. I finally got to see a practice and really, really impressed with just the speed that you go at and how intentional you want to be, and you feel like the practices are harder than game. Let's talk to fans a little bit about what you're trying to get accomplished there.
Yeah, so we have a prescribed workload that we want our players to be at. Now, workload is not necessarily just running around. I mean, we don't want to mistake achievement, for running around. It's got to be intentional, and the activity has got to be such that guys are cutting, explosive, and that's the measurement of workload for us. And so we have prescribed workloads for particular positions, and we feel if they hit those numbers, they're going to be able to play fast on Saturdays. And so we're getting closer to that. We're not there yet, but it allows us not to have to condition our players, and allows them to have the kind of success they did in the second half against Mississippi State.
On the defensive side of the football, Coach House getting comfortable with his personnel packages. We saw some substitution packages coming second and long, third and long. Ward and Brooks has been documented, them moving in and out. So Ojuari at inside linebacker, Perkins playing both, and this is just week 3, very impressive.
Yeah, so moving the personnel to take advantage of their skill set is absolutely crucial. And so to have a guy like a B.J. Ojulari who can play inside and outside, and then a Harold Perkins who can do that as well, makes you very difficult to pin down as to what you're doing. And so I think that multiplicity has been really utilized by Matt to make sure you don't know what you're getting. And I think it confused Mississippi State because they weren't sure what we were getting from down to down.
All right, Coach, last question. You've had 2 games in Tiger Stadium at night. Your thoughts on how much of a game changer is a stadium is?
Oh, the momentum definitely kicks your way. I think the second half, some of the big plays we made, I think the momentum definitely swings your way. The crowd was into it. The student section stayed and was loud the whole night. There's no question there's a home field advantage in Tiger Stadium, so we're excited to be back here tonight.
All right, best of luck tonight.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans! With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauces. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sausage and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it? Running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats! But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must be used within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
If it's a tale worth telling, it happens at LaBerge. With thousands of games to explore, hot streaks that never end, handcrafted flavors eager to please, and a vibe you'll never forget. It's a story in the making. This one, however, is to be continued. LaBerge Baton Rouge. What's your story? Must be 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Back with more on the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Let's check the game's starting lineups. Proudly presented by Visit Baton Rouge. Start exploring at visitbatonrouge.com. Here is former Tiger Doug Morrow on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It is what I would call a crisp fall day, except it is not very crisp. It's about 95, 96 maybe, shining right in the eyes of the people on the other side of this stadium. And it is a hot day in September. God has blessed us with this for some reason, but we hadn't figured it out yet. Meanwhile, however, we got a football game to play. So let me give you the starting lineups for tonight's game. They're brought to you by Visit Baton Rouge. Let me give you the New Mexico offense first. At quarterback, number 5, Miles Kendrick, 5'10", 205, a senior. Running back, Nate Jones, number 25, 5'11", 200, a sophomore. At the wide receivers, number 8, Gordon Porter, 6'1", 195, a senior. Number 15, Luke Wysong, 5'10", 180, a sophomore. At the tight end spot, Will Dennis, number 45, 6'4", 240, a junior. At left tackle, number 75, J.C. Davis, 6'5", 320, a sophomore. At left guard, Isaac Gutierrez, 6'2", 300, a senior. The center, C.J. James, number 51, 6'4", 290, a sophomore. The right guard, number 68, Issei Matutawa, 6'2", 340, a freshman. And at right tackle, number 66, Tavian Ford, 6'3", 290, a sophomore. For the LSU Tigers, they will start offensively. Jaden Daniels, number 5 at quarterback, 6'3", 200, a junior. At running back, Armani Goodwin, number 22, 5'8", 195, a sophomore. The wide receivers, number 11, Brian Thomas, 6'4", 201, a sophomore. Malik Neighbors, number 8, 6 feet, 195, a sophomore. And Jeray Jenkins, number 10, 6'2", 200, a senior. At left tackle, number 66, Will Campbell, 6'6", 325, a freshman. At the right tackle, number 50, Emory Jones, 6'6", 335, a freshman. And those two freshmen at left tackle and right tackle have been stars so far, and they will be bigger stars as the season goes along. At left guard, number 72, Gary Dellinger, 6'5", 320, a sophomore. At the center, Charles Turner, 6'4", 295, a junior. The right guard, number 70, Miles Frazier, 6'6", 323, a sophomore. And at the tight end spot, number 86, Mason Taylor, 6'5", 245, a freshman. Defensively, New Mexico will start at one defensive end, number 92, Omar Durami, 6'3", 250, a junior. At nose tackle, number 95, Jake Saltonstall, 6'4", 260, a senior. At the other defensive end, number 97, Justin Harris, 6'6", 255, a senior. And those are the 3 down linemen in this 3-5-5 defensive lineup. At the linebackers, number 44, Rico Hanna, 6'2", 210, a senior. The middle linebacker, number 30, Ray Luttel, 5'11", 225, a junior. Number 36, Syer Riley, 6 feet, 235, a junior. At the other linebacker, at one cornerback, A.J. Odoms, number 4, 5'11", 170, a sophomore. At the safeties, number 6, Ronald Wilson, 5'10", 180, a sophomore. At number 7, Tavian Combs, 6'2", 200, a junior. At the other safety, number 9, Jarek Reed, 5'10", 195, a senior. And at the other cornerback, number 8, Dante Martin, 5'10", 185, a senior. LSU will start defensively across the front. Number 11, Ali Gay, 6'6", 265, number 11, a senior. At the defensive tackles, number 92, Makai Wingo, 6 feet, 295, a sophomore. And Jaquelin Roy, number 99, at the nose tackle, 6'4", 315, a junior. And at the other defensive end from Ali Gay, B.J. Ojolari, number 18, 6'3", 250, a junior. At the linebackers, Mike Jones, junior, number 6, 6'1", 230, a junior. And Greg Penn, number 30, 6'2", 238, a sophomore. At the strong safety, Jarek Barnard Converse, number 24, 6'1", 205. At one of the cornerbacks, number 22, Kobe Richardson, 6'1", 190, a senior. At the safety, Greg Brooks, number 3, 5'10", 187, a senior. At the strong safety, Sage Ryan, number 15, 5'11", 203, a freshman. And at the cornerback, Makai Garner, 6'2", 217, a junior. He is number 2. So there you have the lineups for today's game. I'll be back with the formula for success after we take this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Afraid of things that crawl in the night? Don't be spooked. Step inside and play Spooky Loot from the lottery. Win up to $13,000 for frightening scenes. Pick up Spooky Loot for a chilling experience. Win up to $13,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time, strong.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
We are moments away from the excitement of LSU Fighting Tiger football as the countdown to kickoff continues. Presented by ASAP. Time to get the BASF formula for success. BASF. We create chemistry.
The LSU band out on the field. Big block LSU letters facing this side, the west side of Tiger Stadium, and this is the shady side. So the fans on this side in the grandstand, they're happy. The people on the other side sitting in the sun, not quite happy yet. Meanwhile, though, it is time for the formula for success presented by BASF. BASF, we create chemistry. Let's talk a little bit about the two teams here. New Mexico runs a 3-3-5 defense, and it's a stout defense. Very, very similar to what Mississippi State played last year. Same coaches teach it to those two schools. Just turned out that LSU ended up back-to-back playing those two teams. 7 turnovers last week New Mexico caused against UTEP. 4 interceptions and 3 fumbles. And that's pretty stout to have 7 turnovers in one big-time college football game. But that's what they did, and they are an excellent defensive team. You hear the LSU band in the background. They're playing the LSU alma mater right now. They will follow this up with the national anthem, and we'll go down to the field when they do that. Meanwhile, let me get back to the formula for success. It is the same defensive tree that produced Zach Arnett from Mississippi State, their coach of last week's Mississippi State defense. LSU finally figured that out about the midway through the third quarter and was able to pull up 31 points against the Mississippi State Bulldogs. We'll see how they do with this group from New Mexico. I don't think their athletes are quite as good as Mississippi State, but they have the coach that kind of created all this. Rocky Long is a veteran coach, let's call him that, but he is an excellent coach, and he is the one that created the 3-3-5 look. Offensively, New Mexico has Miles Kendrick at quarterback. He's a transfer from Kansas. He's completed 56.3% of his passes for 379 yards. Also, he's had 31 carries, which is a lot of carries for a quarterback. But out of those, he has averaged only 1.2 yards a carry. So he's not been that productive, but they do let him run the ball. It is an option offense. it is one that they run out of the pistol, and that is where the quarterback is going to be lined up back behind the center, much like in the old single wing, and he's going to have a back behind him, or maybe on one side or the other, or maybe on both sides. And he may hand it off to anybody at any time, may keep it himself, may make the throw himself. For LSU, Jaden Daniels is the quarterback. LSU is finishing up the alma mater right now, and we know they're going to be going to the national anthem. And so I'm going to take a break here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk On's family and friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
Keen Miller, serving the legal needs of business and industry across Louisiana and Texas. They are dedicated to providing quality, efficient, and cost-effective legal services from offices in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lafayette, Shreveport, Lake Charles, Houston, and the Woodlands. Learn more now at keenmiller.com. That's KEANMILLER.com. Linda Perez Clark, Managing Partner.
This has been the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Time now for LSU Fighting Tiger football. We go inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth for the call of the game, along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush. Here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
Welcome in, Tiger fans, on a Saturday night in Death Valley. The Tigers finish up a 3-game homestand. They'll take on the New Mexico Lobos for the first time ever on the gridiron. Again, it is a warm day here in the Louisiana capital, about 95 degrees currently. Heat index pushing towards 100 as the LSU band continues to get us ready for kickoff tonight, coming just after 6:30. And Doug Morrow, you talked about it. They talked about it on the LSU Game Day program. It's 95. It's pretty hot here for this time of year. We're used to it. New Mexico has played all 3 of their games at home in Albuquerque, and currently out there in the land of enchantment, it's 84 degrees. It'll be a little different for the Lobos here tonight.
And it's a different kind of heat that they have over there.
Exactly.
There is nothing like South Louisiana heat when you're comparing it, particularly kind of to the dryness of the desert. This is not it. This is hot today, and it has been hot. And, Chris, it's getting hotter. You know, I don't think this – my wife said, did you realize fall started yesterday? I said, it did not. You may think in your life that it has, but not in mine.
Did not get the memo here in South Louisiana. Again, 84 degrees, no humidity in Albuquerque, but the Lobos and Coach Daryl Gonzalez going to have to contend with that, as well as the Tigers here tonight. And, Doug, you go back to last week. I think we all were impressed at the way LSU played that game, pulled away late in the contest against a very good Mississippi State team. They were able to find some success late in the running game. Defensively, I thought they played spectacular. So New Mexico's got, well, I think an LSU team that is trending upward headed into week number 4.
I think so, too. And, you know, LSU last week, the impressive thing, and we talked about it after the game, Chris, and kind of wrapping the game up, LSU really struggled early in the game against Mississippi State. State scored first, looked like they had the game in control, and then as the game went on, LSU started to be part of the mix and actually took over the line of scrimmage. They just wore down Mississippi State, and I expect LSU is going to try to attack New Mexico the same kind of way.
Be interesting to see tonight if the Tigers go to the ground game early and try to get their running backs involved in this offense. Of course, Tigers receiving corps also trying to get more involved early in the game. Tigers make their way out of the chute wearing purple jerseys, gold trim on the shoulder pads, white pants, and those LSU white helmets tonight against New Mexico, who are also wearing something a little different, something they rarely do. They'll have white jerseys, white pants, turquoise Lobos and numerals on the jersey, and Lobo red helmets for New Mexico. As Eddie Nunez spent 14 years here at LSU, now running his own shop. Doug at the University of New Mexico brings his team in here to take on LSU.
And LSU's captains on the near side, New Mexico's captains on the far side. For the Tigers, their captains will be number 11, Ali Gay, number 18, B.J. Ojulari, number 6, Mike Jones, and for tonight's game, number 8, Malik Neighbors. So those are the LSU captains there on the near side, waiting for the referee to take them out to midfield for the toss of the coin, or the official near side to take them out for the toss of the coin. And, of course, we're going to have Gordy Rush out there witnessing all of it, maybe flipping the coin himself. Gordy, you there?
Hey, good evening. Beautiful night here in Tiger Stadium. The shade, the sun has finally gone down on the western sky. So most of the stadium, other than the east upper deck, is now in a little bit of shade. So that's been a blessing as the captains are now handshaking, and we'll go to the referee.
Let's play football. Let's don't do a lot of talking. Let's just play, all right? This is going to be heads. This is tails. This is tails. This is heads. New Mexico, you're the visiting team. You get to call the toss.
You want tails?
He wants tails. And it's tails. You won the toss. You want the football. Okay, which way do you want to kick? Kick this way. So you stand right here.
Oh, so New Mexico has won the toss. They're going to take the football, and LSU is going to kick out of the north towards the south. Guys, lots of updates for you tonight. First off, and Doug, you may have mentioned some of it, B.J. Ojulari will not play tonight. He's in street clothes. Jay Ward will not play tonight. He's dressed up. Helmet's not with him. A little nicked up from last week's game against Mississippi State. Also, Jack Besh will be the punt returner tonight. Chris Hilton Jr. will be back on kick returns. Coach Brian Kelly talked about getting more of an impact from special teams. We'll see that. Finally, LSU has been a 3-4-4-3, a hybrid type of team. They are going to play 4-3 tonight because New Mexico is an inline option team, and they feel like that's the best way to defend this unique attack, which is on a short week's notice. Harold Perkins Jr. will start. He's been outstanding. So I expect to see a lot of number 40. So a lot of changes. That's not uncommon for this game, a non-conference game where LSU's heavily favored before you open up conference play. Doug?
And Gordy, it's good to see LSU still making all those changes. We're in the 4th game now. You go back to the first game, and every game there have been little tweaks here and there. One of the biggest, what I will call a tweak, although it is not so much of a tweak, Emory Jones at right tackle has really come into his own. He's a freshman. Will Campbell is a freshman at the left tackle. Those two guys together really anchored that entire offensive line. And since they have both started playing as starters, LSU's offense has really come to life.
Yeah,
and that's one of the things we can really see with this LSU team.
Yeah, indeed. You know, Emory Jones has got fantastic feet. First off, that's important for a tackle. You got to be able to get out in pass protection. And secondly, he's a dominant run blocker. He was that way as a 5-star prospect from Catholic High. And LSU just could not find the combination on the right size. Emory Jones played the majority of the second half against Southern University and did some great things. He was the highest graded defensive lineman according to Pro Football Focus, or rather offensive lineman according to Pro Football Focus. He's in the starting line and played really well against Mississippi State. Doug?
LSU ready to kick the ball up. Team lined up on the left side as we look down on the field. Here to give you all the play-by-play, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Opening kickoff brought to you as always by H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. Chris Washington back deep for the Lobos. Here's the approach by Ramos. Boot meets ball, and we've got football in Louisiana. Going to be fielded by Washington about 6 yards deep. He'll bring it out up the far side across the 15. Hit hard. Stays upright across the 20. Makes his way up near the 23-yard line. Maybe stop at the 22. And that's where the Lobos will take over. We've heard Coach Brian Kelly talk about the odds of getting the football first when you win the toss. In fact, for New Mexico, in 22 games under head coach Danny Gonzalez, only one time have they started a contest without the football. So both of these teams like the numbers when you win the toss, and the Lobos will get started first down and 10 at their own 23-yard line, far side hash, attacking right to left on your dial. Transfer quarterback Miles Kendrick stands in the pistol set. Motion a running back at the snap, hand it off, first man through is going to be Hullaby. Hullaby, a former linebacker, played 2 seasons with the Texas Longhorns before being converted to a running back and making his way to Albuquerque. He'll pick up 3 yards before being stopped there just beyond the 26-yard line. Again, this is a option style, not your Navy Army variety. More of a midline option. They do not utilize, for the most part, a fullback or B-back, as it were. They'll go with tailbacks out of the pistol formation. Kendrick again sets back in the pistol. Motion a man right to left. Again, the handoff going to be to Nate Jones, and Jones will carry the football up across the 30 to the 31. Make it third and manageable here for this mainly rushing offense for the Lobos. Mekhi Wingo there to make the stop for LSU, the sophomore out of St. Louis. So a 5-yard gain on the carry to Jones, the sophomore out of Bellflower, California. Jones initially expected to go to UCLA, had a chance to go to USC, but finds his way to New Mexico. Third down and 2 in the opening drive here for the Lobos. Again, they'll motion Wingo, looking to pitch it out to Wingo, far side. They get it to him, and he's dropped down shy of the first down at about the 33-yard line. It'll be fourth and less than a yard. Great job by Jarek Bernard-Combres staying at home to make the tackle out on the edge. And it will set up fourth down and about a yard. And immediately, Coach Gonzalez and the Lobos decide to bring out the punt unit. And we'll see Aaron Rodriguez, a junior out of Newhall, California, averaging 47 yards per kick. And as Gordy told us, Jack Besh will set back deep for LSU. He'll set up shop around the 24-yard line of the Tigers. Just underway, 12:53, clock moving, no score. Opening drive stop for the Lobos at their own 32. High snap, but fielded by Rodriguez. He'll put the punt in the air, and this one's going to go out of bounds at about the 39-yard line. We'll see where they mark it. It could be relatively good field position. In fact, they'll mark it up at the 43 for LSU. So a 25-yard punt, and the Tigers take over here. And their first offensive possession of the game. Jaden Daniels, transfer quarterback, 6 passing touchdowns on the year, 2 rushing touchdowns. 5th in SEC when it comes to touchdowns accounted for, with 8 on the year. He'll line it up first down and 10. Ball placed at the 43-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Give it to Goodwin. Big hole up the middle, but an arm tackle brings down Goodwin as he crosses the 45, just shy of the 46-yard line. Justin Harris, the senior out of Lutcher, Louisiana, for the Lobos, able to get in there and knock him down. Harris started with Baylor back in 2017. now playing for the Lobos. Daniels comes out firing. Catch made at midfield up near the first down sticks at the Lobos 47-yard line. Jack Bash hauls it in. That's his third reception of the year. Picks up the first down. The Tigers on the move.
Well, Coach Kelly tells the truth, though, doesn't he? He said he's going to use Jack Bash, and he has used him already early in the game.
Lobos crowding the line of scrimmage here. Turner snaps the football to Daniels. Quick fire, far side. Catch made at the 40 by Neighbors. Slips through a tackle inside the 35. Eventually brought down at about the 33-yard line. Good pitch and catch. Neighbors again, one of the top receivers for this Tiger team. That's his 15th reception on the season. Another first down on a 13-yard reception. 1st and 10 now at the Lobos 32-yard line.
Guys, a little bit of a change there. So it's Neighbors that's playing wide at the X position and Besh playing the slot. Remember, Boutte is not here, excused absence tonight. So Neighbors, who's been primarily the slot, is going to play out wide tonight at times.
Josh Williams, the featured running back. Daniels takes the shotgun snap, gives it to Josh. Josh between left tackle, a little bit of room inside the 30. Squares his shoulders and gets down to about the 27-yard line. A gain of 5. It'll set up 2nd down and 5. Tigers on the march here. First possession of the game. Lacey and Thomas. Wide to the right side as Daniels steps back in the pocket, takes time, drops it off to Williams in the flat at the 25, and Williams carries it inside the 20 down to around the 18-yard line as the Tigers first time tonight step inside the Capital One red zone. Capital One, proud supporter of LSU athletics. What's in your wallet? 9-yard gain on the pass play. It'll be 1st down and 10 now at the Lobos 17. Early moments, first quarter action. Daniels working with Williams on a sidecar to his left. Flips it out. Thomas steps back after making the catch at the 13. Now moves forward inside the 10. Down to the Lobos 9-yard line. Thomas with his 10th catch of the season. Nifty move out there. Made the defender miss. Picked up extra yards, and the Tigers now pick up 8 yards as Neighbors and Jenkins line up wide to the right side. Tigers ready to move. 2 tight ends to the right side of the formation. Daniels in the shotgun. Armani Goodwin, the running back. Goodwin going to get the carry. Goes straight ahead. Puts his nose down to the 5-yard line. Picks up the first down. It'll be first down, goal to goal at the Lobo 5. Cody Moon, leading tackler for the Lobos out of Albuquerque, makes the stop. But LSU quickly lining it up. 10 minutes to go, first quarter. Snap to Daniels. Back to Goodwin. Goodwin goes to his right. Leans forward. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Armani Goodwin. 4th rushing touchdown of the season, and the Tigers take an early lead 6-0 with 9:52 remaining here in the first quarter. Well, Doug, that time they used the pass. They used the run. Pretty good calls, pretty good execution. LSU marches down the field, puts points on the board.
You cannot have a better drive than that. It was made up of bits and pieces of all parts of LSU's offense, and it was wrapped up with a nice blast over the middle for the touchdown by LSU.
Ramos on for the point after. Bramlett to hold. Slade Roy snaps it back. Ramos swings the leg. It's up and good. That'll make it 7-0 LSU. Scoring on their first drive of the night. Ramos, by the way, 15 of 16 now in point afters, and with a timeout on the field, 9:52 remains here in the first quarter. LSU takes an early lead, 7-0. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
7-0 LSU, 9:52 remaining in the first quarter as the Tigers go 8 plays, 57 yards and 249. A 5-yard scamper from Armani Goodwin to put the Tigers up. And Doug Morrow, I'll tell you this on this Sunshine Sideline report. That was as comfortable as I've seen Jaden Daniels in a first series this season. They went tempo, and that was smooth operating right there.
And he did everything the way a quarterback is supposed to do it. Finds open receivers, gets the ball to them, that lets them make a movement after the reception. Just a great drive overall.
Ensuing kickoff off the foot of Ramos. Going to be fielded again by Washington. Comes out of the end zone, this time crossing the 15. LSU special teams down there to wrap him up quickly. Stop at the 17-yard line. And that's where the Lobos will take over. Again, it's a midline option attack out of the pistol formation. And after struggling last year, Coach Gonzalez said we got to add a vertical passing game. Something they're still working on here right now, for the most part, keeping it on the ground. Again, LSU with that 57 yards in their opening drive, 40 through the air, 17 on the ground, including the 5-yard touchdown for Armani Goodwin. Miles Kendrick steps into the gun. He'll have Nate Jones on a wing to his left. Kendrick comes out to his left, fires up across the 22-yard line near side. Catch grab by Jordan Porter, senior out of Rancho Cucamonga, California.
I've been there. That's in L.A., Chris. Beautiful town.
Very beautiful part of the country. In fact, Porter, former teammate of LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels at Arizona State before transferring after 4 years with the Sun Devils to play his final year here at New Mexico. This time they'll give it off to Porter. Motion before the snap. He'll take the handoff, get to the 25-yard line. 2-yard gain. Savion Jones is there to make the tackle for LSU. In fact, a little bit of reunion for everybody. Jordan Porter, Jaden Daniels, and of course head coach Danny Gonzalez spent 2 years as the defensive coordinator at Arizona State. They all know each other. So the Lobos again, 3rd and short. 0 for 1 on 3rd down so far tonight. 32% on the season. Pistol formation. Kendrick again steps back, flips it out into the flat near side to his running back, up near the 27-yard line. May have enough for the first down. He got it out to Jones, who just leaked out of the backfield. Greg Brooks made the tackle for LSU, but the pass was right on the mark. It'll be a first down for the Lobos. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line.
Hey, Chris, I'll jump in. Big news for LSU. Seven Banks is in at cornerback. His first action, I believe, of the season. Right cornerback. 4-star, 5-star kid out of Ohio State. Had a knee injury. Was slow getting in the fall camp. They're really high on what he can do out there. Look forward to seeing him play tonight.
He'll be matched up with Porter on the near side. Get it out to Wingo on a swing pass. Wingo in trouble, and the Tigers bring him down. Loss on the play back to the 24-yard line, far side. Great coverage that time. Akai Garner tracking down Luke Wysong, the sophomore out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico, who is kind of their offensive spark plug. He's got 12 catches on the year, 13 carries. He's the pitch man normally when they decide to get on the edge with the option game. But that time, LSU, no problem getting to him. They lose 4 yards. Second down, 14 back at the 24-yard line.
Well, that's great team gang tackling out there in the right flat. The first tackler didn't make the tackle, but he slowed down the receiver, and the second one came in and cleaned it up.
This time on the handoff, first back through is going to be Jones. Jones up the middle, going to be hit. They'll give him forward progress to the 26, which I think is kind. It looked like he was stood up at the 25, but they'll give him a 2-yard gain before Jaquelin Roy knocks him down there. It'll be second down, or rather third down and 12 upcoming here. Under 7 minutes to go first quarter. LSU leading 7-0 over New Mexico. The Lobos with their second possession of the ball game. They'll sit 2 wide to the left, 1 lone receiver to the right side. Kendrick sets back in the pistol formation. Nate Jones back there with him. Now they'll move him from the right hip to the left hip of Hendricks. Here's the snap, a little high, but handle. Give it off to Jones. Jones with some room across the 30, makes his way to the 35, and will fall forward to the 36-yard line. He'll be short of the first down by 2 yards, but he picked up 10 yards. Pretty good job by that offensive front for New Mexico. Matuda and Ford clearing out some room for the running back that time. But it will be 4th down and 2, and we expect to see Aaron Rodriguez punt for the second time tonight. He's averaging 47 yards a punt. Has a long of 63 on the year, but earlier just a 25-yard punt last time out. Jack Besh stands back for LSU at the 20-yard line. Rodriguez takes the handle, lets it fly from the 25 of his own. Besh backpedaling, fields it at about the 15, and will be tackled immediately right there at the 15-yard line. That time a 49-yard punt from Rodriguez, and the Tigers will have the football. First down and 10 at their own 15. Timeout on the field. Tigers with their second possession of the night. They lead New Mexico 7-0. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
Touchdown! You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions.
Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit Cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
Touchdown! You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
7-0. LSU leads New Mexico. Tigers have the football for the second time tonight. Put together a 57-yard drive in their first possession before Armani Goodwin found the end zone. Back inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth. 5:34 remaining here in the first quarter. Listen up, fans. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50 and win up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer. Pick up Hit 50 today for your chance to win. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Tigers come out of the timeout. First down and 10 from their own 15-yard line. Lobos place 4 at the line of scrimmage. Here's the snap back in the shotgun to Daniels. Time, and he'll look for the long ball down the middle of the field. And a man wide open behind the defense. Chris Hilton Jr. hauls it in inside the 40. Rambles down near the 30-yard line of the Lobos. As that time the Tigers get uncorked, and Daniels goes deep for a 55-yard reception. And how wide open was Chris Hilton? Outran the defense for the Lobos, and quickly it's first down and 10. Now at the 34-yard line of New Mexico.
Hilton on the right side ran down in between the seam from between the cornerback and the safety, got wide open, made the reception.
Empty backfield, 5 wide, throw over the middle. Catch going to be made by Besh. He'll take it at the 30, get down to the 25-yard line before being stopped there. Defensively, Rico Hanna, the senior out of Alabama, coming in to make the tackle. But again, everything at the disposal early on here for the Tiger quarterback, Jaden Daniels. 9-yard gain sets up second down and 1 at the 25-yard line of the Lobos. 2 receivers out wide to the left. Mason Taylor, the tight end, lined up to the right. Now will be to the left side of the formation at the snap. Give to Goodwin, running downhill left side inside the 20 before being spun down at the 18-yard line. That time Cody Moon again with his 3rd tackle of the night for the Lobos. Tigers, though, pick up the first down on the ground.
Ball's at the 18-yard line.
Second trip and as many possessions inside the Capital One red zone. Goodwin will stay out as the running back. Jerry Jenkins out wide to the left. Malik Neighbors wide to the right side. Double tight end set. Daniels looks right. Plenty of time in the pocket now. The alarm clock goes off and he will tuck and run. Not much doing there. Lost a yard to about the 19. That time the Lobos good coverage downfield. Daniels nowhere to go with it. Loses a yard.
He had good coverage spread around in the secondary, but there's an opening in the middle of the field, right in the middle between the hash marks, and LSU will take advantage of that, I think, pretty quickly.
Maybe as Jack Besh checks into the slot to the left side. Jerry Jenkins out wide to the left. Neighbors, lone receiver, short side of the field to right. They'll go to Neighbors quickly. Comes back, catches it at the 14. And now a team of Lobos carry him out of bounds at about the 14-yard line after a gain of 6. Again, one thing that stands out about this 3-3-5 for Rocky Long is LSU's finding some holes in the passing game, but they do attack the football quickly. They get a lot of hats around the ball.
They've got a very active defense. They're good players and guys that like to hit because they want to make the other team feel the punishment.
3rd down and 6. Ball at the 14-yard line here. Daniels going to motion Taylor, the tight end, left to right. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Daniels stands tall, fires and misfires this one into the end zone. He was looking for Neighbors, threw it behind him, incomplete. And that will set up 4th down and 6. And we expect to see Tigers to come out here. Ramos to try the field goal. Again, you mentioned the way New Mexico attacks the football defensively. One of the things Coach Gonzalez said this week he was worried about is they tackle through the ball carrier. They try to put that first hit on him and then allow the teammates to come and wrap him up. So they're going to try to get at you quickly. Ramos going to try 31-yarder near side hash. Kick is on its way towards the south end zone, and it's good. So the Tigers make it 10-0 with 2:23 remaining here in the first quarter. And we've got a timeout on the field. Fans Capital One offering checking and savings accounts with no fees or minimums. What's in your wallet? Right now, your Fighting Tigers leading New Mexico 10-0. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT. G-O-A-T. Acronym. stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back, Tiger Stadium. 7 plays, 71 yards, Ramos 31-yard field goal. LSU leads New Mexico 10-0 with 2:23 remaining in the first quarter. Doug Morrow, what I liked about that series had to be the deep pass to Hilton. But again, Jaden Daniels very, very comfortable, at ease, running at a certain tempo, in control of this LSU offense.
But he likes that fast tempo, and I think he's going to do it again. I tell you, Gordy, you know, as long as he's successful, whether it's a touchdown or a field goal, he's going to be real happy with the result, and it's going to really put New Mexico back on their heels, and they're already on their heels pretty good.
Jaden Daniels, by the way, 7 of 8. Started 7 of 7 in this game throwing the football. Ramos approaches at the 35. Kick is in the air. This time it will go over the head of Washington. Brought out the 2 first kickoffs out of the end zone. This time he steps up, lets it go for a touchback. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25 as New Mexico will start with their best field position and their 3rd possession of the night. 10-0 LSU leads. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Lobos with a football, first down and 10 at their 25. Kendrick working with 2 backs in the pistol formation, motions a receiver. Now here's the pitch coming near side. LSU again has it covered up. He'll cross the 25-yard line, but Sherrod White doesn't go far before Mekhi Garner knocks him down. Picked up maybe 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8. Tigers averaging 9 yards per play. New Mexico right at 3 yards per offensive play. We've got 1:58 to go here in the first quarter. Lobos line up 2 receivers right, 1 to the left side. Again, twin backs in this pistol option attack with Kendrick. 1 to his right, 1 behind him. Kendrick under a lot of pressure. Here come the Tigers. He'll be sacked inside the 20, back at the 17-yard line. It was Savion Jones getting to him first, his 2nd sack of the season. That sack brought to you by Train. Hard to stop the Tigers, hard to stop a train. So 8 yards lost on the play, and New Mexico, a team that certainly cannot afford to get off schedule. Now looking at 3rd and 16 back at their own 19-yard line.
On the previous play, LSU had great defensive pursuit. It held the game to about 2 yards. This time, greater defensive pursuit, went for a big loss of about 7 or 8.
Tigers have 4 men out on the line of scrimmage. High snap handled by Kendrick. He'll hand it off, breaking an arm tackle in the backfield, coming near side with it, but stopped at the 27 is Washington. Washington, the freshman out of San Diego, able to pick up some yards, but well shy of the first down. Only got about 8 yards on the carry before Bernard Converse makes a great open field tackle, and once again the Lobos have to punt it away, and Aaron Rodriguez back out there stands at his own 11-yard line. Jack Bech for the Tigers inside the 30. This will be the third punt of the night on 3 possessions so far for New Mexico. Under 30 seconds to play here in the first quarter. Rodriguez takes the snap, lets it fly. This time high punt fielded by Bech, middle of the field at the 24. Goes to his left, now stays upright, comes to his near side, got a block he needed at the 45. Across midfield, down at the 40, flags are down as he hits the sideline. 15, 10, 5. He's into the end zone, but will hold the phone. Flag back at the 35-yard line of LSU. What appeared to be a 76-yard punt return may be coming back, but certainly an electricity through Tiger Stadium here on that return by Jack Bech. But you can tell now simply by the sound of this legendary stadium that one's probably coming back. Our referee Ted Pitts will tell us about it in just a moment. He's conferring with officials down to our right at the 30-yard line.
During the return, personal foul, blindside block, 25 return team. That'll be a 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
Again, it's a new emphasis, new rule in the blindside block. Watching it here on replay, Gordy Rush, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 15 years ago.
Oh, no.
That's not a flag.
No. I mean, he's in front of the shoulder pads. I'm not a fan of that call at all, and you're exactly right. You're exactly right. We heard that numerous times the last 2 years in all of our official calls, that everything is about player safety, and I can respect that. That's clean. He got in front of the shoulder pads. Bad call.
So again, the Tigers will come back, set up shop. We end the first quarter of action here at Tiger Stadium with LSU leading New Mexico by a score. No, they're going to make them snap. So an untimed down, they will have to snap the ball even though the first quarter clock had come to an end. So they will place the ball down at the 20-yard line. And Doug, I think Gordy's exactly right. We watched it on the replay here. That looked like a very good block and someone who was trying to avoid the blindside block.
He went to all of the efforts you can go to make that a clean block. And I thought it was a clean block, but they didn't ask us, did they?
No, they did not. So the Tigers will snap it with no time on the first quarter clock. We'll see John Emery check in. Emery last week, 2 carries, 15 yards against Mississippi State. Or 2 receptions, I should say, for 15 yards. He'll get the carry and go right side up to about the 24-yard line. Be stopped there, and the first quarter now will come to an end as Jeremy there to make the tackle for New Mexico. After 1 quarter of play tonight, LSU leading 10-0. They've scored on their first 2 possessions. Their third possession will continue when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
You'll be in the money when you play Cash In from the lottery. Win up to $6,000. It's a triple play with triple luck. Top prizes of $13,000. Money, money, money. Play all about the Bens, loaded with $100 prizes, and you could win up to $100,000. Join the fun this fall and play all 3 scratch-offs from the lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Hey, everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time, strong.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
One quarter of action here in the books at Tiger Stadium. LSU leading New Mexico 10-0. Fans, Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be LSU's championship healthcare partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake, champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at olrmc.com/LSU. Let's take a look at the first half stats. As always, brought to you by Hancock Whitney, official bank of LSU Athletics. Tigers 132 yards of offense, 106 of that through the air, 26 on the ground. For New Mexico, 30 yards total offense, 5 through the air, 25 on the ground. Jaden Daniels, 7 of 8, hit his first 7 passes tonight. Already thrown for 106 yards. Armani Goodwin leading the way on the ground. 4 carries, 19 yards, had a 5-yard touchdown to get LSU on the board early. For New Mexico, Kendrick doesn't throw a lot, but he's 3 of 3 for 5 yards. Leading rusher right now is Nate Jones, 3 carries, 16 yards for the Lobos.
Real quick, Chris, Anthony Bradford checks in at right guard. He did not dress last week against Mississippi State. He's in for Frazier there.
Another sideline report powered by your hometown John Deere dealer, Sunshine. 2nd down and 6 for the Tigers as we resume action here in the second quarter. Handoff Goodwin running right side up across the 25 up to about the 27-yard line. Gain of 3 before Saltonstall, a senior out of Morgan Hill, California, at that nose tackle, able to get him down from behind, and apparently timeout taken by our officials here. Dry the football off.
No, Malik Neighbors was down. He's limping off, nothing serious, and Kyron Lacey's going to check in. We'll take a look and see if the trainer's looking at him. Not much. The trainer's not even going to talk to him, but LSU made a sub there. As Neighbors was down, he quickly bounced up.
Yeah, Neighbors came running off to the sideline. We'll see Lacey, as Gordy said, check in. We'll see Josh Williams also check in at running back. Cole Taylor, the tight end, lines up in the slot to the right side as Daniels looks right, flips it out to Williams. Williams catching far sideline, 35-40, up across the 45-yard line before being bounced out at the 48 after a gain of 20. A nice job by Cole Taylor, blocking downfield that time, leading the way for Williams. Tigers pick up the first down on the attack again. Ball marked just shy of the 47-yard line of their own. Hash mark right side. LSU now attacking right to left on your dial. Daniels, plenty of time in the pocket, drops it off underneath the Besh on the hash mark far side at midfield. He immediately puts his nose down, gets to the 46. Nice pickup on the pitch and catch. The Tigers looking for 2nd down and 4 upcoming here with 13:44 to go. Clock moving second quarter.
2nd down.
They'll send trip receivers to the left, including Thomas, Besh, and Lacey. Daniels looking to run off the right side. Gets by, got a block, 35-30, and tripped up as he makes his way inside the 25 far side to the 23-yard line. A.J. Halsey able to save what could have been a score for LSU. The corner coming up, forcing him wide, grabbed him around the knees. But a nice pickup for Jaden Daniels, who wanted to go with the football to his left, but had tons of green grass in front of him to the right side.
And 23.
Second time he has run the football tonight. Got 3 receivers left, wide side of the field. Williams the single back, waiting on the shotgun snap from Turner. He's got it. Daniels flips it out quickly and incomplete. Through the hands and off the knee that time of Brian Thomas. It's incomplete. Sets up second down at 10 for the Tigers.
Pass was thrown a little low to Thomas, about knee height, and he was facing the football. He took his eyes off of it, looking to see what was waiting for him upfield, and he just didn't make a clean catch of it. He could have. It would have picked up nice yardage.
Neighbors back out there on the field. He'll be wide to the right side, lone receiver. They'll have trip receivers to the left for Daniels, looking for Neighbors. Fires it out quickly inside the 20. Caught at about the 18 to the 17. He'll pick up 7 yards. It'll make third down and a little more manageable here for LSU, as once again for the third time tonight they're inside the Capital One red zone of the Lobos. 12:36. Clock continues to roll. Second quarter. LSU leading 10-0. Williams stays out there as the running back. Coach Kelly and company trust him in pass protection. 3 receivers left. Again, Neighbors lone receiver to the right side. A lot of room to the left side of the field. Here's Daniels. Chest high. Takes the snap. Pressure comes. Trying to get away. Does. Slips away. Moving to his right on the run. But will have to step out and got a late hit. Here comes a flag. Daniels driven out of bounds and hit hard after he was just trying to step into the boundary. But Justin Harris, the senior out of nearby Lutcher, Louisiana, could not put on the brakes. And they will add some yardage to this by penalty.
Personal foul, out of bounds, defense number 97. That's a half the distance to the goal, enforcement. Automatic, first down.
So again, they had a chance to get Daniels in the backfield. Got a grab on the lower end of the jersey, and he just slips out of it. And then Harris would have limited what could have been a short yardage scramble. The late hit out of bounds sets up a first down, half the distance. Ball marked now at the New Mexico 9-yard line. Tigers up 10-0, looking for more. Jenkins out wide to the left. They'll motion Lacey at the snap. Give it off Williams. Stutter step. Now to the 5. And inside the 3. There's a flag down at the 11-yard line. Middle of the field. See if this is going to go against LSU. As there was a hole. Williams waited patiently before making his last cut. And then moving north-south.
Holding. Offense. Number 87. That's a 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. We'll replay first down.
Second penalty of the night for LSU. Going to back him up after a good run for Williams. But typically, Doug, when you have that kind of good run, there could be a hold in there, and this time the officials got it.
Well, sometimes, that helps it out a little bit. You find those holes get a lot bigger when you can grab the other guy's jersey and pull it away from where the hole was going to be.
Backs it up to the 19-yard line here. And the Tigers looking at first and goal from the 19. John Emery in at running back, switches from left to right hip of Daniels. 3 receivers tight to the formation left side, 1 to the right. Daniels over the middle. Catch made by Besh at the 17. Besh backpedaling his way, bouncing off defenders at the 10. Makes his way just shy of the 9-yard line. 10-yard gain. Will set up second down, goal to go from just inside the Lobo 10 with 11:10 remaining second quarter, and LSU leading 10-0. Besh with 4 receptions on the night, came into the game with 2 catches on the year. Daniels again works with Emery in the backfield. Cole Taylor will motion left to right. Now Taylor will get the catch at the 5 and untouched. He goes into the end zone. There's a flag coming out late after he crossed the plane, but Taylor with his 3rd catch of the year. Looks like the Tigers have a touchdown, but that flag came out immediately, and LSU not celebrating a whole lot.
Pass interference. Number 8, offense. That's a 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. We'll replay second down.
So Neighbors trying to clear out some room for Cole Taylor.
Yeah, it's called a rub route, guys. Neighbors, the outside receivers, just trying to get a piece of Taylor's defender. He got, I think, a rub bonus package right there. Gave him a little bit more love than a rub, and they called it. It's a pick play right there, and that's why Taylor was so wide open.
Well, if LSU gets a touchdown on this drive, it's going to be like a 160-yard drive resulting in the score.
They backpedal again. And after the infraction, moves it back to the 25-yard line. So now Daniels takes the snap. Pressure comes. He's hit. Stays upright, but eventually cannot get free. And drop back at the 32-yard line on a loss of 8, as this time Justin Harris, again, Louisiana boy, makes the stop. And LSU 2 steps forward, 5 steps back here on this drive with 10.5 to go. So now Tigers looking at 3rd down, goal to go back at the 32. They've been as close as the 9 in this drive. So Daniels steps into the shotgun. New Mexico, 4 men at the line of scrimmage. Nobody with their hand in the dirt coming after Daniels. They rush 5. Daniels feels the pressure, throws out to Taylor, far side at the 25, outside the numbers. And again, a team of Lobos. That's how Lobos work. Able to get him out of bounds at about the 21-yard line after a gain of 11. So that will be 4th down, goal to go. And we'll see Damian Ramos again come out and try for his 2nd field goal of the night. This one looks to be about a 39-yarder. His long on the season is 36. Hash mark right, kicking towards the north end zone. Slade Roy to snap it. Jay Bramlett to hold for the Tigers. Placement is down. Ramos puts a foot into it. Kick is up, and the kick is no good. So Ramos on the year now, 3 for 5 in field goals, and the Tigers drive, penalty laden, comes up empty. Score remains 10-0 LSU over New Mexico. Timeout on the field. 9:12 remains, 2nd quarter. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
2nd quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Well, your Fighting Tigers have had 3 possessions tonight. They've scored on 2 of those. This last possession, though, a missed field goal from about 39 yards out. And New Mexico, who played deep in their own territory, but several penalties and miscues by LSU. The difference in that one, Coach Gonzalez and company happy to look up with 9:12 to go in the 2nd quarter and realize they're only down 10-0. Fans Toyota's national sales event is on. Enjoy every last second of summer and an exciting new Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer. Check out the Ready for Anything Toyota Tundra. How Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. So the Lobos will take over first down and 10. Ball on the far side hash at the 21-yard line of their own. Again, not much doing offensively, only 30 yards of offense so far. LSU's done a great job finding the football, staying within their keys, and wrapping up. So Kendrick will bring the Lobos out, have trip receivers to the left, single back to the right side, and Christian Washington, the freshman. Handoff going to come to Wysong. Wysong trying to spread the field. He'll have no success. Brought down at about the 19-yard line. A great job by Wes Weeks. Headhunting out there, makes the tackle. And a loss of 2 yards. That'll be the third tackle for loss by this LSU defense tonight. And again, that's hard to do. Try to spread the field. Wysong is the Swiss Army knife in this Lobos offense, but that's a lot of ground to cover in hopes that LSU can't get to you. And that time Wes Weeks said, not on this particular play. So with the ball placed at the 20-yard line, near side hash, twin backs in the pistol formation for Kendrick. Fakes the pitch. He looks to throw. Has a man wide open at the 32-yard line. Released out of the backfield is Jaden Hullaby. And Hullaby, the converted linebacker, with a huge play. Biggest play of the night for the Lobos inside LSU territory. Out of bounds at about the 43-yard line. A gain of 38 yards. Nobody accounted for. Hullaby, the sophomore out of Dallas, who just was running free down the far side.
And the quarterback looked to the right. He rolled to the left, looked back to the right, as if he were going to release the ball in that direction. It opened up everything on the left side offensively of the defense. He threw it to a wide open receiver for a big gainer down to the 42-yard line.
Motion Wysong with the handoff to Washington. Washington trying to cut it off the right edge. And he'll be dropped at about the 37-yard line as the Tigers able to get to him that time. Brooks along with Perkins bring down the ball carrier after a gain of 4 yards. What's interesting about Hullaby, I mentioned there's not a true B-back or fullback in this offense. Hullaby the closest to that at 6'2", 240 pounds, but Coach Gonzalez using him in the passing game for the biggest play of scrimmage tonight. It'll be second down and 5 at the 37-yard line of the Tigers here. Again, twin backs in this pistol formation. One receiver to each side. Tight end playing off the left side of the formation. Kendrick's going to keep, and Kendrick's goes nowhere. Lost a yard to the 38-yard line as Ali Gay, waiting at home for the Lobo quarterback, brings him down quickly. Under 7 to play here in the first half. Substitutions coming in for New Mexico.
Hey guys, I want to mention, and I failed to mention this during the coin toss here right after, Major Burns is also in street close tonight. He's not playing tonight, free safety. So Bernard Converse, who's been a starting cornerback, is back playing safety. And on that big pass play, a little confusion on the back end. I'm not sure if it was a safety or a linebacker, but that's a new position for Bernard Converse.
Kendrick takes the snap, rolls out to his left, and nearly intercepted at the 35-yard line. He let it fly, looking for Wysong. Stepping in front of the passing lane was Greg Brooks, who just couldn't hold on. Comes out of his mitts. But it will set up 4th down and 6 for the Lobos here on the Tigers side of the field. And no question, immediately Aaron Rodriguez comes out, set to punt it away for the 4th time tonight. Going to try to pin back the Tigers here as Besh will stand with his heels firmly on the 10-yard line. Rodriguez will take the snap at the 47-yard line of his own. Expect to let him fly at about midfield. Snap is back. Rodriguez 2 steps, puts a foot into it, a mile high into the air. Besh in traffic, calls for the fair catch. He'll take it at about the 12-yard line, and LSU takes over after a 26-yard punt with 6:07 remaining here in the second quarter. LSU leading 10-0. Tigers have the football when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, We roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
That view is amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper.
And each day ends watching a star-filled sky.
Whoa.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. Toyota, let's go places. Visit your local Toyota dealer to check out the Toyota Tundra. How Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
6:07 remains before halftime here at Tiger Stadium. LSU leading 10-0 over New Mexico. Fans, Dudley DeBosier stands up for the purple and gold, fights for Tiger fans all across Louisiana. Dudley DeBosier, proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics. LSU taking over possession, their 4th possession of the night. Scored on 2 of their first 3. Missed a 39-yard field goal last time out. It'll be first down and 10. They'll start this drive from their own 12-yard line. This is a New Mexico program that really was decimated by the pandemic. In fact, in 2020, they were limited as the number of games they could play. And Doug, they had to play all of their home games in Las Vegas at Old Sam Boyd Stadium, which is the old UNLV stadium. So even their home games were road games. They spent several weeks in hotels away from campus. Last year, only 3 wins for Coach Gonzalez. They also did not have a weight room all of 2020. Again, did not have access to it as they were on the road for home and road games. Again, this is a team trying to get back to full strength.
Yeah, and that changes the kind of people that you attract to your program also. When they've got to look at that and say, what do I have in store for me?
First down and 10. Daniels looked downfield, but had to drop it off to Mason Taylor, right side, who makes his way up to the 15-yard line on a gain of 3. Sets up second down and 7 as Taylor hauls in his first catch of the night. Talented freshman tight end. Tigers looking now at second down and 7. Inside their own 20-yard line. The ball placed at the 15 as Turner with his nose over the football, waiting to snap it back. Daniels now has it. Tight pocket. Daniels lets it fly. Catch made by Lacey at the 27. Spins from one defender, but they're able to hold on, bring him down at the 28-yard line. But a nice pitch and catch. Going to pick up the first down on a gain of 12 yards. Tigers will move the chains. Lacey, the transfer out of Louisiana Lafayette. Played his high school ball in Thibodaux, Louisiana. Had 10 touchdowns as a Raging Cajun a year ago. Empty backfield for Daniels on 1st and 10. Looking downfield, nothing there. Now we'll tuck and run near the near side hash up across the 30. And drops down after a 4-yard gain at the 32. Durrami there again making his second tackle at defensive end for the Lobos. We're under 5 minutes to play before halftime. 2 wideouts to the wide side of the field. That's the right, 1 to the left. Daniels looking left. Flips it out to Taylor. Taylor goes down to the ground, hauls it in at the 37-yard line, but maybe a yard shy of the stick to gain. Needed to reach the 38. So a gain of 5 yards. Makes it 3rd down and a yard here, as it looks like Coach Gonzalez is going to call a timeout. He'll take his first called timeout of the first half. He'll have 2 more remaining with 4:21 to go here in the game. They'll take a timeout on the field. We'll do so with them. 10-0 LSU leading over New Mexico. Tiger fans, stop by, see your local Southern Quality Ford dealer, take a test drive, get amazing deals and low financing on a new car, truck, or SUV, and let the good times roll. 4:21 remains, second quarter. LSU leading 10-0. Tigers with the ball, looking at 3rd and 1 from their own 37 when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger Stadium on a Saturday night, non-conference action. New Mexico coming in from Albuquerque, and right now your Fighting Tigers leading 10-0 over the Lobos. Fans, Cintas proudly helps local Louisiana businesses stay clean, safe, and ready for the workday, and have done so for over 35 years. Tigers 228 yards total offense, 181 through the air. Jane Daniels hit the long ball to Chris Hilton in the first quarter, a 51-yard gain. Again, the Tigers able to find the end zone with Armani Goodwin in the opening possession for LSU. A 5-yard score, his 4th of the season. Connected on a field goal by Ramos. He would miss on the 3rd possession, a 39-yard attempt. And now LSU with 4:21 remaining, looking at 3rd down and 1 from their own 37-yard line. Again, penalties were costly. Tigers got first down goal to goal at the 9, but backpedaled and eventually came up short on that field goal. They got 3 penalties for 40 yards so far tonight. Handoff, Goodwin trying to get that 1 yard. He'll be close. Went right up the middle. Dropped immediately. Depends on the spot, gentlemen. He needed to reach again the 38. And it looks like he was just shy. It looks like they put the nose of the football inside the 38, just beyond the 37-yard line. So it will be 4th and less than a yard here. It looks like LSU, who so far on the year 3 of 5 on 4th downs, are going to keep the offense out there. Josh Williams checks in at running back. Strong formation at the line of scrimmage. Handoff, Williams off the left edge. Williams has the first down, breaks a tackle at the 40, now near side 45, up near midfield before stepping out of bounds. 13-yard gain, got the first down and then some. Great run by Josh Williams. Great vision, Doug, to see a little bit of room off that left edge and able to put his foot in the ground and move north-south. Picks up a big first down.
An outstanding second effort. He took the handoff across the face of the center, went to the left side, was hit, shrugged off that tackle, got downfield, picked up a first down at the midfield.
See if the Tigers want to open it up with a passing game. They'll drop it off underneath. Again, Taylor makes the catch at the 46 of the Lobos. Carries a couple of defenders down to the 42, about an 8-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 2 as we hit the 3-minute mark remaining before the halftime break. Looking at, again, 2nd down and 2. Playing on the Lobos side of the field. Taylor in the slot to the left side along with Kyron Lacey. Snap, handoff. Williams hit in the backfield, trying to stay upright. He eventually moves forward, but loses about 2 yards back at the 44. Looked like he had a loss of maybe 5 or 6, but able to slip away initially from the pressure in the backfield. But it will backpedal the Tigers just a bit here at the 44-yard line. Ball middle of the field. 2:21. Clock continuing to move. Second quarter.
Third down.
So now the Tigers looking to convert on 3rd down and 4. Neighbors motions behind the line, right to left. Daniels lets it fly. Catch going to be made by Jenkins at the 36, far side, outside the numbers, cuts it back inside the 30 to the 28-yard line. They'll pick up the first down. Sure hand to Ray Jenkins, hauling in his 9th catch of the year and getting some yards after the catch for a gain of 16. Daniels now targeting 9 different receivers with catches here tonight in the first half. First down and 10 at the Lobo 28-yard line. Daniels working with Williams. 3 wide to the left. Lone receiver Neighbors to the right side. That's the short side. Daniels looking left. Now wants to drop it off, and it's deflected with the pass at the line of scrimmage. New Mexico able to get up there and knock it down. Cody Moon, I believe, got his hand on it. Sets up 2nd down and 10. Again inside the New Mexico 30 at the 28-yard line. And it's going to be interesting before we go into the Super One Foods halftime report. Gordy Rush going to be able to talk with head coach Brian Kelly to get his thoughts on this offense, which again has had their opportunities. Looked good early on, but now just kind of running in the mud, so to speak. I'll hand it off, speaking of running, to Williams, who runs downhill to the 25. Tigers looking after a 3-yard gain at 3rd and about 7.
Picked up 3, 3rd down 7.
Jaden Daniels, 205 yards passing so far tonight, but on 3rd down and 7, Tigers looking to convert. Shotgun snap. 2 for 5 on 3rd downs tonight. Daniels fires. Catch made inside the 10. Down around the 7. It's Jeray Jenkins. He'll have the first down and then some on a 19-yard gain. Heavy pressure. He was covered up. But a great throw by Daniels and great concentration by Jenkins to haul it in. Tigers once again inside the Capital One red zone here, and a timeout taken with 55 seconds remaining here in the first half.
30 seconds.
So a timeout on the field. LSU knocking on the door, leading 10-0. We'll take a timeout. Come back in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauce. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sausage and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Bridgeway Hospice is the official hospice of LSU Athletics. Bridgeway Hospice would like to thank you, South Louisiana, for allowing them to care for your loved ones. Help them celebrate 10 years of local hospice care by asking your healthcare provider for Bridgeway Hospice. They come to you in-home, assisted living, or nursing facilities. Now with 3 locations to better care for your loved ones in the greater Baton Rouge, Acadiana, and Plaquemine areas. Bridgeway Hospice says go local and go Tigers.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
55 seconds remain before halftime here at Tiger Stadium, and LSU leading 10-0 over New Mexico in this non-conference tilt. Fan Super One Foods has super low prices on all your game day favorites. Up your grocery game and score big with Super One Foods. Jaden Daniels, by the way, 18 of 21 passing tonight. Great pass to Jeray Jenkins to set up the Tigers' first down goal to goal at the New Mexico 6. 224 yards. That's a season high for Daniels so far on the season. Again, LSU getting it done through the air tonight. 285 total offense, 224 in the passing game. Tigers looking at the 13th play of this drive upcoming. They've snapped the ball 37 times to just 17 for the Lobos. Again, it'll be first down goal to goal at the New Mexico 6-yard line. Ball placed middle of the field. Tigers break from their huddle near side. Turner, Dellinger, Campbell, Jones, and Bradford line up across the offensive front. Mason Taylor, the tight end, left side of the formation. Jenkins and Neighbors wide to the left. Single back is Goodwin. Snap back to Daniels. Daniels going off the right edge, keeping the football. Cuts back to his left inside the 5 and is dropped around the 2-yard line. Again, that appeared to be a design run. He took a pretty tough shot. His helmet actually comes off. And a little jawing going down there between the Lobos, the LSU offensive line, and QB1. They eventually pull Daniels out of the fray. So the Tigers looking at second down goal to go from the 2. Timeout taken by the Tigers here. And Gordy Rush, as I mentioned, Daniels' helmet came off.
Right.
So LSU, I believe now. Didn't see the end of. Not sure if our official made note of that.
Well, I think calling a timeout, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it'll burn that.
Right, we're calling a timeout.
He can stay back in.
Right, I believe. What was humorous in that is Garrett Nussmeier ran on the field, and he wears a red half jersey. I'm trying to think of a mesh jersey over the top of his uniform to signal plays in, and he ran in and forgot he had it on. So they had to signal at him, hey, bring the red jersey back on. You can't play with that, and call timeout. So, yes, Nussmeier has the jersey back on, so Daniels will be able to come back in here and take the snap. You know, Doug, what jumped out at me was that was a designed quarterback run. A lot of times that's a zone read. I mean, the quarterback's going to read a defender, because I thought the running back would have scored had he gave him the football.
Gordy, he has improved tremendously, I think, in all of his decision making since the first game of this season. He's made good decisions on passing the ball this game. He's made good decisions on when to run it and how long to hold it before he decides to run it.
Second down goal to go from the Lobos 2. Shotgun snap to Daniels. This time he'll give it off Goodwin. Goodwin trying to bounce off defenders, trying to get to the goal line, but he may have been just held shy at the 1. In fact, the 1-inch line. He tried with second effort off the initial hit to spin his way into the end zone, unable to do so. It'll be third down goal to go from the 1. LSU lines it up. Power set at the goal line. Handoff Goodwin. This time he'll find his way in. A Fighting Tiger touchdown, and Goodwin, his second score of the night, his 5th on the year. And LSU, with 23 seconds remaining here in the second quarter, extend the lead 16-0. That time Goodwin squared his shoulders, lowered his helmet. Nobody was stopping him. In fact, maybe only one Lobo got a hand on him.
Well, had they not scored a touchdown on that drive, it would have been a real disappointment, because actually the score was not very reflective at 10-0 of the difference between the two teams in this game. LSU has moved the ball well. They just had to move it a long way every time they got it.
Ramos with the point after. It is up and it is good. 17-0. LSU now leads with 23 seconds remaining before halftime. An impressive drive, 15 plays, 88 yards, 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Eventually Goodwin in for the score. Again, his 5th rushing touchdown of the season. And it's really good. Gordy, you talk about this running backs room. John Emery getting back up to speed, having some rust after not playing a year ago. Then you've got Goodwin. You've got Williams. They seem to be who this offensive staff trusts down deep in those type situations to just ram their way into the end zone.
Absolutely. And all the running backs, I'll tell you, this season in the red zone especially, they've run with low pad levels and been very efficient down there in the end zone. I like the fact that they stuck with the run there. They went 4 tight ends. I had to go deep on the depth chart. I know LSU had 4 tight ends, but Storts came in, Mashburn came in, both with the Taylors, and made the offensive line earn it. And I think that's what Coach Kelly talked about after the Mississippi State game. To win in the SEC, you have to run the football. We need to set that mentality, and they did that on this drive.
Absolutely. Cole Taylor, Mason Taylor, Mashburn, and Nick Storrs in that big jumbo set, eventually allowing Goodwin to get in the end zone. Here's a kick down the field. Little Squibber going to get inside the 15. Going to be picked up at the 5 by Washington. He'll come middle of the field, tripped up at the 20, and stopped there with 16 seconds remaining before halftime. A 16-yard return by Washington. So Coach Gonzalez and company with 16 seconds to work with here. Probably all things considered, Doug, as you pointed out, LSU closing in on 300 yards total offense in the first half alone. New Mexico only 71 yards mustered so far. But Coach Gonzalez probably goes into the locker room and says, hey, guys, we're on the road for the first time this year, playing at Tiger Stadium against the SEC, and we're only down 17-0.
And oh, by the way, we're real lucky it's only 17-0 because it should be more than that. Jack Bash, you forget his touchdown.
Handoff on first down. Give it off to Sherrod White. And he'll get to the 25 up the middle. Stopped at about the 26. And that should be the final play of the first half of action. Both teams ready to head to the locker room. Coming up, we will crank up the Super One Foods Fighting Tiger halftime report. Before we do that, we will be sending it down on the field coming up. Gordy Rush will have a chance to talk with head coach Brian Kelly with our Capital One Bank coaches interview. Capital One, proud supporter of LSU athletics. Again, LSU up 17-0 at the break. Numbers overwhelmingly in favor of your Fighting Tigers. 291 yards total offense, 76 yards for the Lobos. And I guess what stands out, 18 of 21 passing Jaden Daniels, 224 yards through the air so far tonight. Armani Goodwin also with 2 rushing touchdowns. And Ramos with a field goal, the difference in this contest. Coming up during the Super One Foods halftime report, take a look around scores from college football, top 25 and the SEC, and another week of interesting scores around the country. Brian Haldane will have that for you. Then we'll take a look at the first half stats, scoring highlights, and get you ready for the second half of action between LSU and New Mexico. Coach Kelly finishing up his time on television. Gordy Rush patiently waiting in the wings to hear from our head football coach before he goes into the locker room, makes some adjustments, and tries to pick up the 3rd win of the season for his ball club. And let's go down to Gordy Rush.
Coach, dominating performance in the first half. You started quick on offensively. You have to be pleased with that.
Yeah, we're playing well. I mean, obviously, they do a good job keeping the points down. They play a soft zone. They keep it in front of you. We've been pretty deliberate. Obviously, down here, we missed a field goal. Had to settle for a field goal. We had a penalty. I don't know where it came from. 2 guys ran into each other. They called us for an offensive pass interference. We'll keep fighting. You know, we're dominating the first half, but we got to put points on. We got to score 7 down here instead of kicking field goals.
Thanks, Coach. Chris.
Thank you, Gordy. Thank you, Coach. We're at halftime here at Tiger Stadium. Your Tigers up 17-0 over New Mexico. Up next, Super One Foods halftime report coming your way. We'll be back for second half action. After this, our score at the break. The LSU Fighting Tigers 17, the New Mexico Lobos 0 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
What's the best way to accomplish a common goal? Teamwork. When a team works together, they can do anything with the right leadership. That's why all of us at Janny King, the King of Clean, are excited for this season. At Janney King, our team has been working together for over 35 years, cleaning your offices, schools, buildings, churches, and even this campus and stadium. Let our team help your team. Go to JannyKingCleans.com and trust your clean to the king. That's JannyKingCleans.com.
Janney King, the king of clean.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
With a plan from People's Health, you get the benefit of a complimentary health club membership. But that's not all. They now offer 65% more fitness centers with gyms you can visit nationwide while traveling. And the flexibility of joining multiple gyms to fit your lifestyle. There's even online programs to help you stay active in the comfort of your own home. To learn more about this expanded benefit, give People's Health a call, 1-855-821-2666, or visit peopleshealth.com.
Welcome to the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report, presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Super One Foods has you covered on game day and every day with super low prices and curbside pickup. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods. With a quick look at scores from the Capital One Studios, here is Brian Haldane.
Back in the Capital One Studios for your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard, presented for the people by Caesars. Number 1 Georgia Bulldogs, a 37-22 winner over the Golden Flashes of Kent State earlier today. Right now, number 2 Alabama Crimson Tide. There's 4:48 to go in the second quarter. The Tide's got a 21-3 lead over the Vanderbilt Commodores. Number 3 Ohio State was at Wisconsin. We will get you an update on that one in just a minute. Number 4 Michigan outlasted Maryland 34-27. Speaking of close games, Clemson needed overtime. Number 5 Clemson needed overtime to get past number 21 Wake Forest 51-45. Kansas State is at number 6 Oklahoma. Right now, Kansas State has a 14-7 lead at the end of the first quarter over the Oklahoma Sooners. Number 7 USC is going to be at Oregon State at 8:30 tonight. Number 8 Kentucky is hosting Northern Illinois. Excuse me one second. Number 8 Kentucky hosting Northern Illinois. 13:09 to go in the third. The Wildcats have a 21-14 lead over the Huskies. Number 10 Arkansas is at Texas A&M. They are at halftime right now, and number 10 Arkansas has a 14-13 lead over the Texas A&M Aggies. Number 11 Tennessee staves off the 20th ranked Florida Gators, 38-33 your final score there. UConn is at number 12 NC State. The Wolfpack having no problem. 40 seconds before the half there, NC State has a 31-0 lead over the UConn Huskies. Number 13, Utah, going to take on Arizona State at 9:30 tonight. Number 14, Penn State moves to 4-0, topping Central Michigan 33-14. Tough beat for Washington State. In control for the first 3 quarters before the Ducks post up a 29-point fourth quarter to give number 15 Oregon a 44-41 win there. Number 16 Ole Miss was a 35-27 winner over Tulsa. Number 17 Baylor, a touchdown better than Iowa State at 31-24. Texas Tech tops number 22 Texas 37-34 in overtime, and tough beat for number 25 Miami. Middle Tennessee beats up on the U 45-31. That other top 25 score we wanted to give you was number 3 Ohio State. 6:19 to go in the second quarter, and the Buckeyes are up 28-7 over Wisconsin. In-state schools earlier today, Northwestern State topped Lamar 35-27, Nichols Falls 52-21 at Jacksonville State. Bethune-Cookman beats Grambling 36-19. Right now, the Tulane Green Wave have a 17-10 third quarter lead over the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. UL Lafayette Raging Cajuns up 14-7 over UL Monroe. 12:58 to go in the second quarter there. The La Tech Bulldogs trailing South Alabama 17-7. They are at halftime. Mississippi College is trailing the McNeese Cowboys 11-7. That game has 9:54 to go in the second quarter. And a barn burner down the road at Strawberry Stadium. Lindsey Scott Jr. is 13 of 21. Former LSU Tiger Lindsey Scott Jr. 13 of 21 passing for Incarnate Word, as Incarnate Word is tied with Southeastern 21-21. 21. We are going to take a break in just a minute, but first we got to pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Once again, our score at halftime from Tiger Stadium, LSU 17, the New Mexico Lobos nothing. The Super One Foods halftime show continues next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We continue on the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report. Presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Halftime at Tiger Stadium, LSU leading New Mexico 17-0, and it's been kind of an unusual first half because LSU dominated in most respects the play on the field. They didn't dominate the score until the end of the first half, and then they had to give up a kick return for a touchdown by Jack Besh, which was the outstanding play of the game. It just didn't count because of the penalty. And so the Tigers should have had more points, but they finally scored right at the end of the first half to go ahead 17-0. That's where it stands at halftime. And let's take a look at the scoring plays. In the first quarter, at the 9:52 mark, LSU with a 22-yard, number 22 Goodwin with a 5-yard rush. Ramos with the kick. 8 plays, 57 yards on the drive. It consumed 2 minutes and 49 seconds. That gave LSU a 7-0 lead.
But LSU quickly lining it up. 10 minutes to go, first quarter. Snap to Daniels. Back to Goodwin. Goodwin goes to his right. Leans forward. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Armani Goodwin. 4th rushing touchdown of the season, and the Tigers take an early lead, 6-0, with 9:52 remaining here in the first quarter.
And LSU with another drive in the first quarter at the time of 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Ramos with a 31-yard field goal to make the score 10-0 after a 31-yard field goal.
To come and wrap them up, so they're going to try to get at you quickly. Ramos going to try 31-yarder, near side hash. Kick is on its way towards the south end zone, and it's good. So the Tigers make it 10-0 with 2:23 remaining here in the first quarter.
And then the scoring was dormant for a while, but LSU towards the end of the second quarter with 23 seconds remaining. Goodwin with a 1-yard rush. Ramos with the extra point. 15 plays, an 88-yard drive, consuming 5 minutes and 44 seconds. LSU going ahead with the score 17-0 at halftime.
So it'll be 3rd down goal to go from the 1. LSU lines it up. Power set at the goal line. Handoff Goodwin. This time, he'll find his way in. A Fighting Tiger touchdown, and good one. His second score of the night, his fifth on the year. And LSU, with 23 seconds remaining here in the second quarter, extend the lead 16-0.
And that's where it stands at halftime. LSU leading 17-0 over the New Mexico Lobos. I'll be back with the team statistics and then individual stats after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
We return with more on the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report. Presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
17-0, LSU leading New Mexico at halftime. Let's take a look at the team statistics. First downs, New Mexico 2, LSU 13. In rushing yards, New Mexico 13 rushes for 33 yards, LSU 19 rushes for 67 yards. Passing, New Mexico 43 yards, LSU 224. Quite a disparity there. New Mexico 4 of 5 passing, no interceptions. LSU 18 of 21, no interceptions. Total offense, New Mexico 18 plays, 76 yards. LSU 40 plays, 291 yards. 4 punts for an average of 37.2 for New Mexico. LSU did not have to punt, and that tells you a lot about the domination in this game. Time of possession, 12 minutes, 12 seconds for New Mexico. LSU 17 and 32 seconds. 4 of 8 for LSU on third down conversions. 1 of 5 for New Mexico on third down conversions. So there you have the team statistics for the first half. I'll have the individual stats and the second half of tonight's game after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats! But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Are you a homeowner looking to keep your home cool while saving money? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who wants to offer customers more efficient, more consistent home comfort. Luxair is the name to know for unmistakably efficient and reliable home cooling, and great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit SolarSupplyLuxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Are you tired of lugging your grill to every tailgate you attend? Do you want a more convenient portable option that is environmentally friendly? Look no further than Charbox. Charbox is the world's only green disposable grill box. Charbox is a ready-to-use grill box with uniquely formulated all-natural charcoal that can last 3 to 6 hours. It's easy to light, easy to use, easy to clean up, and recyclable. Get yours today at charbox.com. That's CHRBOX.com.
This has been the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report, presented by Super One Foods. Super One Foods has you covered on game day and every day with super low prices and curbside pickup. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods. The second half is coming up on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Both teams back on the field waiting for the beginning of the second half. About 2 minutes to go until the officials tell the teams to get out on the field and let's get it started. Let me give you the individual statistics. I already gave you the team stats for the first half for New Mexico, and they did not have much team rushing, so you'd imagine they're not going to have much individual rushing. Nate Jones, 3 rushes, 16 yards gained. Christian Washington, 2 rushes, 13 yards gained. Sherrod White, 2 for 7. And Jaden Hullaby, 1 for 4. Not a whole lot of yards there for LSU. Armani Goodwin, 8 for 24 yards. Jaden Daniels, 6 for 31. Josh Williams, 4 for 21. And John Emery, 1 for 4. In passing, Miles Kendrick, 4 of 5, no interceptions for 43 yards. Jaden Daniels, 18 of 21. A nice night passing for Daniels and nice receiving by his teammates. 224 yards in that first half. For New Mexico, Jaden Hullaby in receiving had 1 catch. All of these had 1 catch. Gordon Porter, 1 catch. Nate Jones, 1 catch. Luke Wysong, 1 catch. For LSU, Jack Bash, 4 receptions, 34 yards. Malik Neighbors, 3 for 25. Mason Taylor, 3 for 17. Jeray Jenkins, 2 for 35. Jack Bash with 2 punt returns for 11 yards. The tackles, Jarek Reed for New Mexico, 4, a total of 7. 4 unassisted, 3 assisted. Rico Hanna, 1 and 6, a total of 7. For LSU, Harold Perkins, 2 and 3, a total of 5. Greg Brooks, 0 and 3, a total of 3. So there you have the individual stats. New Mexico ready to kick it off. Remember, they won the toss and elected to receive, so LSU gets it to start the third quarter. Here to give you the play-by-play, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. George Steinkamp will tee it up at the 35-yard line for the Lobos, and the kick going to be fielded far side at about the 3-yard line by Chris Hilton. Hilton coming near side, steps through 1 defender at the 20, makes his way to the 25-yard line. As Hilton, we're told, going to handle the kickoff duties tonight. Jack Bash handling the punt returns for LSU. And the Tigers will take over first down and 10 from their own 26-yard line, up 17-0 over New Mexico. Interesting listening to Coach Kelly talking to Gordy Rush going into the halftime locker room, Doug. He said, hey, look, this is a defense going to try to keep everything in front of you. They tackle extremely well. See if LSU tries to get behind the defense here in the opening drives to get some more separation. Daniels on first down, going to drop it off to Goodwin in the flat. And Armani tripped up, stopped at about the 30-yard line, and may have cramped up. It looked like when he planted his foot, he came down awkward. We'll give the tackle, of course, give credit where credit's due, A.J. Odoms, but I think Armani Goodwin may have tackled himself as he is a little gimpy after making that catch. Now he'll go down to a knee after picking up 5 yards. He'll be at the 29 as the training crew comes to look at him. Gordy Rush, don't know if you had a better vantage point with a Sunshine sideline report, but it looked like when he did the stutter step, raised his right leg, that there was a catch in his giddy up.
Yeah, and he's pulling right under his left leg around the hamstring area, right, when he hit it. So it was definitely an awkward fall. They're taking a look at him now. He's going to limp off, and hopefully it's nothing too serious.
Well, he's not limping right now as he comes off, but that doesn't tell you anything in regard to whatever the injury is. Sometimes you have those injuries that look bad when they first happen, and it turns out there's nothing to them. And sometimes you have just the opposite. They don't look bad, but when you start testing everything out, it's pretty bad. So let's hope that he is in good shape. He's walking off under his own weight, but he's got two people holding him up.
Now, he carries 24 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns tonight for Goodwin. John Emery will take his place in the backfield. Emery going to get the carry, and Emery leapfrogs a defender at the 35, picks up the first down, makes his way to the 42-yard line on a gain of 11. So John Emery showing the ability to get airborne, picks up the first down for the Tigers, moving up near the 43-yard line of their own. One wide receiver out wide to the left in Thomas. Daniels on first down throws. It'll be Taylor making the catch at the Lobos 45. Dropped at the 42-yard line. Coming up, Dante Martin made the tackle quickly, but again, LSU moving down the field, a 16-yard gain and another first down for the Fighting Tigers. Neighbors in the slot. Taylor out wide to the right. They'll have Thomas in the slot. And John Emery out wide to the left side. Empty backfield for Daniels. Rolling to his right. Pump fakes and then will step out of bounds into the Lobos sideline at the 39-yard line on a gain of 2. Mentioned in the first half, Daniels relying in the passing game. Again, 20 of 23 passing tonight. Season high 246 yards. Not so quick to just tuck and run tonight. That time nowhere to go with it. And wisely, instead of putting his body in harm, steps out of bounds. It'll be second down and 8 now at the Lobo 39-yard line. Here's Emery, little spin move in the back, tries to spin back to his left. This time gets to the 38, maybe only about a yard or 2. Let's see. Got forward progress, not much there. 2-yard gain. As we'll see Josh Williams run out there in the backfield with Daniels. Again, LSU moving quickly tonight. 3rd down and 6. Daniels looking right, now throws back across the middle. I think he was looking for Besh at the 31. Taylor at the 25 had a chance to make the grab, but it's incomplete. And we'll set up 4th down and 6 again at the Lobo 37-yard line here. And right now the LSU offense not moving, stayed put on the field. Again, LSU 4 for 6 on 4th downs this season, and it looks like they're going to stick with the offense on 4th and 6 here early in the 3rd quarter. 2 receivers right, trip receivers to the left, empty backfield for Daniels. 5-man rush. Daniels throws, and it's off the mark, incomplete to Neighbors at the 32. And a turnover on downs. The Lobos celebrate. They'll take back possession here with 12:39 to go in the 3rd quarter. So the Tigers lead 17-0. Opening kickoff of the 3rd quarter dies at the 37-yard line of the Lobos. New Mexico takes over when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
12:43 remains. Third quarter action. LSU leading 17-0. The opening kickoff in the third quarter crosses the midfield line, but eventually LSU turned away on fourth down. New Mexico takes back over here. Again, defense for New Mexico has been very impressive. Offensively, not much to speak of tonight. Just 76 yards total offense. But they'll try at it again. First down and 10 at the 37-yard line of their own. Motion a receiver right to left. Looking to throw is Kendrick, far side. It's incomplete. Led the receiver towards the boundary at the 45-yard line of LSU. That was Washington out of the backfield. Incomplete, sets up second down and 10 from the 37. Fans, H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. So for all of your rental needs, call 877-700-RENT or visit herentals.com today. Again, Doug, you mentioned at halftime, this is a midline option pistol formation offense that hasn't had much to show on the ground running the football. So they're trying to get the passing game going. Here's a quick pitch on the corner left side. Again, they'll go to Nate Jones. He'll get some running room before running out of bounds up across the 40. Perkins again showing what he can do running side to side defensively. Perkins, the freshman out of Cypress, Texas, with the tackle. But a 6-yard gain sets up third down and 4. And the Lobos 1 for 5 tonight in those situations. They came in again. Not too impressive, just 32% through their first 3 ball games on third down conversions. In fact, their defense one of the tops in preventing third down conversions, but offense not so much. Big one here for Coach Gonzalez and company. Need 4 yards. Kendrick hands it off to the running back, gets to the 45. He will not make it. He's going to be 3 yards shy. That's Nate Jones. He's cut down immediately at the 45, and it will set up fourth down and about 3 upcoming. Wingo and Roy combine up front defensively to make that stop. And we'll see Aaron Rodriguez again punted away to LSU. Jack Besh, sophomore receiver, stands down at about the 12-yard line. This will be the 5th punt of the night for Rodriguez. Averaging just over 37 yards a punt. His first punt just 25 yards in tonight's game. Snap is back. He will let it fly. This one forces Besh to backpedal, and it's over his head and bounces into the end zone. And a 55-yard punt will set up first down and 10 at the 20 for LSU. We get a timeout on the field. 11-11 to play third quarter. Tigers with the football. They lead 17-0 over New Mexico. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
From Baton Rouge to Bastrop, Woman's Hospital is bringing mammograms closer to home and closer to you. With our mobile mammography coaches traveling to 31 parishes throughout Louisiana, scheduling your annual mammogram is easier than ever before. Visit womans.org/mammogram or call 225-401-3849 today to request your appointment. That's 225-401-3849.
Hi, I'm Joseph, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. BASF has been creating chemistry that is essential to our economy and quality of life in Louisiana for over 60 years. And since 2009, we have invested more than $2 billion in new projects here. Career opportunities await engineers, process operators, safety specialists, and more. Visit basf.us/LA. BASF, we create chemistry.
Afraid of things that crawl in the night? Don't be spooked. Step inside and play Spooky Loot from the lottery. Win up to $13,000 for frightening scenes, Pick up spooky loot for a chilling experience. Win up to $13,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Is keeping up with rental payments and maintenance issues making you run in circles? Check out GoProperty.com for all of your real estate management software needs. Keep all of your property payments, needs, and maintenance issues in one place to save you time and money. And with all that extra time, you will have more time for Tigers. Check out GoProperty.com, spelled the Louisiana way, for more information.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
11-11 remaining in the third period. LSU leads New Mexico 17-0. Gordy Rush with a sunshine sideline report. Guys, not great news, not bad news, yet really a little bit of unknown for Armani Goodwin, who just left the tent, went into the locker room, apparently strained his knee. They're going to go take a look at it, but he is done for the night at running back for LSU.
Tough break for tonight, hopefully not for the future. Thank you, Gordy, for that update. 11-11 to go. First down and 10 for the Tigers. And they'll give it off to Malik Neighbors, trying to spread it right side. He'll turn it upfield at the 20, across the 25, get up near the 27-yard line. So a nice 7-yard gain, utilizing the receivers into the run game, if you will. Sets up second down and 3s. LSU again leading 17-0 here over New Mexico. Tight formation. Daniels on second down flips it out on the screen to Jenkins, and Jenkins just fights his way through a couple of defenders across the 30, picks up 6 yards, and will have the first down for LSU. And Doug, that's just physical play from your wide receiver. They had defenders in the vicinity. He just busted right through them.
Well, he's become a big playmaker. He makes the most out of whatever chance he gets. And whether it's catching a tough pass or doing something with the reception after he makes the catch.
Taylor, the tight end, left of the formation. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left, short side of the field. Daniels, 3 steps, now rolls to his right. Pressure forces him out, throws on the run. Neighbors has it, bobbled it momentarily, holds on at the 45, gets up near midfield before being stopped there at the 49-yard line of the Tigers. It's another first down and 10 for LSU on a gain of 16 yards. Love the play of Daniels rolling out and finding Malik Neighbors for the big play. 5th catch of the night for Neighbors. First down and 10. Ball on the far side hash. LSU attacking right to left on your dial. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Give it off to Jones. Jones trying to find some daylight. Steps in, or rather Emery, I should say. John Emery steps into Lobo territory at about the 48-yard line. So a gain of 3. It'll be second down and 7. Under 9.5 to go. Josh Williams checks in for John Emery at running back. LSU again moving quickly, waiting on the snap as Daniels. Trip receivers left side of the field. Snap to Daniels, flips it out Besh near side. Besh needs some blocks, didn't get it, and he'll get to the 45 before being stopped there. Again, the Lobos do a great job getting Hatch to the football, Doug. Besh needed a little better block to give him some more yardage, but again, give credit where credit's due.
They have great team pursuit there. Not only is the first guy, but the second, third, fourth, fifth defender getting to the ball carrier after receptions are made or after the ball carrier gets to the outside on the run.
LSU 4 for 8 on third downs tonight, looking at third down and 3. Trip receivers right. Daniel sprinting to his right, looking downfield. Now stops and will be grabbed and slung down at the 45-yard line. No gain on the play, maybe lost a yard. Looks like they'll spot him at the 45, and it will set up 4th down and 4.
Well, a little while ago in this similar situation, they went for it on 4th down. Let's see if they're going to punt this one or go for it again on 4th. They didn't make it last time. 45-yard line. Maybe they think they can make it this time.
It's 4th down and 4. They're 1 for 2 tonight on 4th downs. Make them 4 for 7 on the season. Mason Taylor motions the tight end left to right. Here's the snap to Daniels. Under a lot of duress. Daniels stiff arms a man at the 45. Coming near side. They grab him by the jersey. He's got the first down inside the 35. Down to the 29-yard line of the Lobos. A gain of 16 yards. Jaden Daniels had pressure in his face at the snap. Stepped up and saw the daylight to his left. Able to improvise and pick up the first down. That's the type of thing Coach Kelly loves to see. Wasn't necessarily what they designed, but when you can rely on your quarterback, you make it happen. Daniels was slow to get up. Now they'll bring in Garrett Nussmeier here on first down and 10 at the 29-yard line. So LSU going to the backup quarterback. Noah Kane checks in for the first time tonight at running back. First down and 10 from the 29. Nussmeier slings it out to Besh. Besh again looking for blockers. Gets by one defender down to the 25, just shy of the 24-yard line. On the quick hitter on a gain of 5 yards.
Nussmeier had to come in because Daniels, when he was tackled on the previous play, he got flung down and he hit the back of his helmet on the ground. And I know that he was seeing stars when it happened. You could tell when he got up off the ground he was seeing stars.
So now Nuss managing this offense here. Second down, 5 at the 24-yard line of the Lobos. He'll stick with Noah Kane at the running back. LSU looks a little confused. Nussmeier holding out his hands, looking to the near sideline. Play clock down to 5, and they're going to have to burn a timeout. So a little miscommunication there, and they'll burn the timeout to keep it second down and 5 for LSU. Timeout on the field. 6:22 remain third quarter. LSU has Garrett Nussmeier in there at quarterback. We'll get an update from Gordy Rush on QB1 Jake Daniels when we come back. LSU up 17-0 over New Mexico here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Louisianians are strong and resilient, but that doesn't mean we don't get tired. If you need help, try Blue Care, Blue Cross's telehealth service, for online visits with doctors and counselors. Just download the app at bcbsla.com/bluecare. One word, and get access to care 24/7. We'll make it through the tough times. We always do. And Blue Cross will be here to support you.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
All right, 17-0 LSU over New Mexico in the third quarter, 6:22 remaining from Tigers Stadium. Gordy Rush with a sunshine sideline report. And guys, it's a busy Our Lady of the Lake Health Brock injury tent as two Tigers were in there. Brian Thomas, he has emerged, looks to be okay. Jane Daniels, the LSU quarterback, still in the tent. And what I can tell you, they were looking at his lower back right above his tailbone. I'm guessing that's where he fell. Nothing too serious, but enough to take him in the tent and probably put some heat on there and try and loosen up a little bit. But I think it's going to be Garrett Nussmeier finishing this drive for the Tigers.
Thank you, Gordy. Second down and 5 at the Lobo 24. That's where the Tigers are currently. Nussmeier in the shotgun. Noah Kane on a sidecar to his left. 3 receivers to his left. Nussmeier fires it out on the screen to Neighbors. Neighbors has a caravan, slips through at the 15, gets inside the 10 before being dropped down at the 7-yard line. Picks up the first down. First down, goal to go for the Fighting Tigers at the Lobos 7 on a 17-yard gain. Gets the Tigers once again inside the Capital One red zone. Nussmeier lines up the troops quickly, sends out 2 receivers and Neighbors and Jenkins to the right side. They'll go double tights here with Cole and Mason Taylor to the right side of the formation. Snap, handoff, Kane. Kane right up the middle, inside the 5, trying to push the pile. Still fighting. Down around the 1 and waiting for an indication. They'll say he is just down shy of the goal line. So it'll be second down, goal to go from inside the Lobo 1. LSU again waiting for them to place the football for play. Nussmeier in the shotgun, takes the snap, back to Kane. Kane leaning forward. He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Noah Kane with his 3rd rushing touchdown of the year. And LSU extends the lead 23-0. So there was a penalty after the fact, declined. It will be a touchdown. LSU with a chance to add one more. Damian Ramos will have the honors. Tigers line it up. Slade Roy ready to snap it back. Snap is there. Placement by Bramblett is down. Ramos with the kick, and it is good. 24-0 LSU now over New Mexico. And Doug Morrow, real quickly, you have your quarterback Jaden Daniels have a great play converting a 3rd down. Gets hurt, comes out. Garrett Nussmeier steps in. The good news is LSU didn't seem to miss a beat. Drive right down the field, punching in for the score. A much needed touchdown in this game.
And that's the good thing, is the much needed touchdown. But the bad thing is the uncertainty of what happened to make the other quarterback, who was having a great game, come out. You know, it's the problem when you have a quarterback, that particularly one who's not a big, strong, bullish guy, but one who's kind of a will-o'-the-wisp, as Jaden Daniels is. He's a nice height, and he weighs a couple 100 pounds, but compared to the guys that are tagging you on a game like this, you can get hurt pretty easily, and I hope that that did not happen to him, because that would be a serious loss for LSU.
Doug, I can tell you, you must have read some books in your day. That's a very nice line.
Hey, Chris, good news down here. The 10's down, and so Jaden Daniels is out. Walked on his own down there to the quarterback area and actually stood up there on the sideline next to the offensive personnel group during that last touchdown play. I think if he needs to re-enter, he should. And I'm a little bit more concerned. Brian Thomas Jr. still sitting down there on the bench. They're taking a look at him, some lower leg injury, being serious. But I'll keep an eye on Thomas and Daniels. And with the game in hand, 24-0 in New Mexico, struggling on offense, you wonder if this is Nussmeier's game to finish out.
Unfortunately, the Tigers kick it out of bounds for the 2nd time this season on the ensuing kickoff. And New Mexico will be happy to take some free yardage here with 5:27 remaining. And LSU up 24-0. Fans, lower your utility bills with an efficient, reliable Train air conditioning system. Visit trainsouth.com to find a local dealer. Get a free estimate on a system that will fit your needs and your budget. Begin saving now, because it's hard to stop a train. So now the Tiger defense back out there. They've held the Lobos in check tonight. Just 84 yards total offense so far. Out of that pistol formation, they'll hand it off. It'll be Sherrod White. He's tripped up, falls forward to about the 37-yard line. A gain of only 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
Chris, just an update. I'll tell you, Garrett Nussmeier is sitting next to Jaden Daniels. He has a headset on, obviously talking to either Joe Sloan or coaching staff up there. So that being said, I would assume Nussmeier is going to finish out this game, again, with LSU well in hand, 24-0.
2nd down and 8 for the Lobos. Miles Kendrick looking to the far sideline, now calls for the snap, and he has it. Here comes pressure. He steps away from it, now moving to his left, looking to run, looking around left to right to see who's coming, and then he's going to be bowled over at about the 34-yard line by Greg Brooks Jr., who just smashed him back about 4 yards. Allie Gay came in at the snap, threw whatever they had planned out of whack, and Kendrick just running for his life. And again, Greg Brooks headhunting there. They knock him back for a 4-yard loss.
I guess that can happen to their quarterback too, can't it?
It'll be 3rd down and 11. The Lobos behind the chains here. Send 2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Kendrick with a single back on a wing to his left side will get the snap belt high. Looks left. Here comes pressure. Pocket getting tight. And he'll be sacked back at the 26-yard line. Ali Gay comes up, picks up the sack. His first of the year. That sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop the Tigers, and it's hard to stop a train. Ali Gay was trying to get to him last time. Unable to do so, but for good measure, he came back with reckless abandon. Sacks the Lobo quarterback, and it'll be 4th down and a cab ride. And they'll send out Aaron Rodriguez to punt for the 6th time tonight. Besh stands at the 30-yard line for LSU. Had 176-yard punt return for a touchdown called back on a questionable blindside block. Here's the punt. Fair catch called for. Besh has it at the 26-yard line. And LSU will take over here with 3:11 remaining in the 3rd quarter after a 46-yard punt, just a yard shy of Rodriguez's average coming in to tonight's game. This Lobos defense tonight, credit LSU. They've been 4 of 9 on 3rd down conversions. They held opponents 7 of 39 through the first 3 games for just 18%. And that's one of the things this coaching staff talked about, was keeping drives alive. And LSU's done an excellent job of that thus far. And again, as they come out 1st down and 10 at their own 26, it'll be Garrett Nussmeier out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Lines up LSU. Neighbors wide to the right. John Emery, the running back. Snap is back. Emery gets the carry and up the middle. Crosses the 26, the original line of scrimmage, just shy of the 28, maybe a 2-yard gain.
Chris, just for some clarity, Jane Daniels is standing again up by the offensive group, helmet in hand, so he is here, but again, no sense in risking to put him back out there. As Malik Neighbors now is actually signaled to come off, and he is holding his left shoulder in a little bit of a pain, so they'll take a look at him here. So that's now Thomas and Neighbors in the receiving corps that are out of the game for LSU.
John Emery had his helmet come off, so they'll send in Noah Kane here on 2nd down and 8 for the Tigers. Nussmeier looking to throw, fires it out far side. Catch made at the 36-yard line. Kyron Lacey bounces off defenders, slips out of a tackle across the 40 and up to the 44-yard line for Lacey. Nice catch and nice yards after the catch for the junior out of Thibodaux. 19-yard gain, a 1st down for LSU. 1st and 10, now at the 44-yard line of their own. Stack 2 receivers to the near side in Besh and Hilton. Carey going to be off to Kane, who finds something between left tackle up near midfield. Gets to the Lobo 49 on a gain of 6, so it'll be 2nd down and 4 for LSU.
A little clarity on Neighbors. They're looking at his left shoulder, probably a little bit of a stinger. They're going to take him down to the tent, as it's now Hilton, Besh, and Lacey in at receiver for the Tigers.
2nd down and 3. Now playing on the Lobo side of the field at the New Mexico 49-yard line. Snap back to Nussmeier. Again off to Kane. Kane with a little bit of a hole. Breaks a tackle at the 41. Down the middle of the field. Runs into traffic at the 15. Breaks away at the 5. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 49-yard run for Noah Kane. Just would not go down. The Lobos a couple of opportunities to make the tackle. And Noah Kane said, not tonight, not right now.
Well,
and the Tigers extend the lead 30-0.
He created that almost all by himself. He hit a pile of people and he ran through, and another pile he ran through, and finally another high pile that he ran through for the score.
Ramos back out there trying to put one more on the scoreboard. Placement down. Ramos Swings the leg, and it is through the uprights. 31-0. LSU leads. A minute 45 to go. Third quarter action here from Tiger Stadium. Again, Noah Cain. Didn't see a lot of Noah last week. But get the opportunity here tonight. Adds to his touchdown total on the season. In fact, his second touchdown of the evening, fourth of the year. And now leads the Tigers. 4 carries, 63 yards. Not bad, Doug. About 16 yards per carry for Noah Cain.
And he was impressive in the way that he did it, too, Chris, because he was hitting people 2 at a time. They were hitting him from one side and the other at the same time, and he just split all the tackles, and he did that about 3 different times on that run. It was impressive.
4 plays, 74 yards, a minute 26 off the clock for LSU to make it a 31-0 ball game on a 49-yard run from Noah Cain. And things starting to turn south for New Mexico. LSU has snapped the ball 62 times, just 24 times tonight for the Lobos, equaling 482 yards total offense. New Mexico 76 yards. Time of possession, no surprise, 27 minutes for LSU, 16 minutes for New Mexico. The ensuing kickoff coming, and about 4 yards deep into the end zone. There'll be no return. It will be a touchback. And New Mexico starts first down and 10 at their own 25. Nathan Dybert in there with some kickoff duties. Gets the touchback with a minute 45 to go in this one. Fans Toyota's national sales event is on. Enjoy every last second of summer and an exciting new Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer and check out the Ready for Anything Toyota Tundra. How Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Coach Kelly said it before going into the halftime locker room. Some missed opportunities, self-inflicted wounds at times in the first half. But overall, LSU doing exactly what was expected here tonight. And before they can get the first down snap, whistle and flags fly everywhere.
That's a 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
J.C. Davis got a little jumpy out there at left tackle, the sophomore out of Oakland, California. Just the second penalty tonight for New Mexico. You're looking for those little victories, Doug. I'm sure Coach Gonzalez happy to see his team playing clean so far. But it will back them up. 1st and 15. Back to the 20-yard line.
And it was a little victory, wasn't it? A very little one.
Twin backs in the pistol formation. They'll motion one at the snap. They'll hand it off, and it will be the big running back, Jaden Hullaby, going forward, getting 4 of those 5 penalty yards back to the 24-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 11. Mike Jones, the linebacker for LSU, in there to make the tackle.
2nd down, 11, 24.
Lobos in no hurry here. Break from the huddle. They'll send a receiver out wide to the left. One wide out to the right side. Again, twin backs in that pistol formation. Slot receiver to the right side. Motion the slot right to left, and the snap out of the hands of Kendrick. He will go to his left, just fall on it back around the 17. So a miscue in the snap procedure will back up New Mexico once again. And they will be looking at 3rd and forever. Seven-yard loss on the bad snap. Puts them back inside their own 17-yard line. Looking at 3rd down and 18 here. The Lobos tonight 1 for 7 on 3rd down conversions. 3 wideouts to the right, 1 lone receiver to the left, short side of the field. Single back with Kendrick, and single back will get the carry. Not much doing for Nate Jones. He's wrapped up and brought down at about the 21-yard line after a gain of 4. And that should be the final play of the 3rd quarter, as the Lobos again will bring out the punt unit. And the 3rd quarter comes to an end here at Tiger Stadium. We played 3 on this Saturday night in Death Valley. And right now, your LSU Fighting Tigers lead 31-0 over the Lobos of New Mexico. 4th and final quarter coming your way next here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. you'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
With a plan from People's Health, you get the benefit of a complimentary health club membership. But that's not all. They now offer 65% more fitness centers with gyms you can visit nationwide while traveling. And the flexibility of joining multiple gyms to fit your lifestyle. There's even online programs to help you stay active in the comfort of your own home. To learn more about this expanded benefit, give People's Health a call, 1-855-821-2666, or visit peopleshealth.com.
Hey, Tiger fans, G.W. Oliver Pool Construction exists at the intersection of creativity and craftsmanship to deliver an excellent experience. Born in Baton Rouge, their brand has expanded to be a leader in commercial and residential pools throughout the entire Gulf Coast. So no matter where the project, G.W. Oliver's mission is to turn your dream into a reality. Find out more at gwoliver.com.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Final 15 minutes up on the board. Here's we start fourth quarter action from Tiger Stadium, and LSU leading New Mexico in this non-conference matchup 31-0. Take a look at the third quarter stats. Talk about domination. Presented by Hancock Whitney, official bank of LSU Athletics. Tigers 98 yards on the ground, 93 through the air for a total of 191 yards in that third quarter. New Mexico, 1 yard on the ground, no yards through the air, 1 yard of offense in the third quarter against this LSU defense. Mexico set to punt it away here as we get ready for fourth quarter action. It'll be 4th and 14. Aaron Rodriguez standing back at the 6-yard line of his own. Jack Besh back at the 38-yard line. The story tonight, defense has been very good. LSU offensively, Doug, has moved at a very quick pace. They've made some mistakes. And I guess the biggest headline right now is we'll check on Jaden Daniels. I'm sure Coach Kelly will talk about it in the post-game presser, but he was injured, had to come out. Garrett Nussmeier came in, led the Tigers in for a couple of touchdowns at quarterback, but well, everybody will want to know the status of Jaden Daniels. And again, we'll go down to Gordy Rush in just a bit. He'll give you a full injury report. The Tigers have a few that have had to leave action during different points of tonight's game. This will be the 7th punt of the night for Rodriguez. Again, standing at the 6, he'll let it fly after taking the snap from the 9-yard line. Besh coming up and fields it at about the 38. Near side hash, spins away from one man, tries to get loose and gets to the 50-yard line. And that's where LSU will take over with half a field to work with. First down and 10. There is a flag down at the 38 on the Lobos side. We'll see what our referee Ted Pitts informs us in just a moment. Again, it is on the Lobos side of the field.
Holding. Receiving team, number 25. That's a 10-yard penalty that will be enforced from the end of the kick. First down.
So the Tigers pick up the penalty.
Tigers penalized 10 yards for holding.
I believe that is Greg Clayton is the guilty party there. It's just the 4th penalty of the night for LSU. But 2 of those 4 coming in punt situations. So again, they've handled the punts, they've handled the kickoffs, but Coach Kelly, he's a detail-oriented guy, Doug, and he's going to talk about still not quite perfect in the special teams game. So after the infraction, backs him up from midfield to the 27-yard line of their own. Ball middle of the field is Nussmeier. Stands back in the shotgun. John Emery on a wing to his left. Here's the snap. Nuss stands in the pocket. He's going to unload down the field, looking for a man in Neighbors, and it's just out of reach at the 26-yard line near side. Neighbors had to step, got behind the defense, but just out of his fingertips. It'll be second down and 10 from the 27.
Chris, let me hop in with an injury report. The good news is everybody that's been injured, including Daniels, eligible to come back in the game. The only one, probably Armani Goodwin. And I'll come back with more of that after this play.
Second down and 10 for the Tigers. Here's the snap. Nussmeier floating to his left, gives it off to Lacey. Lacey avoids a tackle at the 30 up to the 35. Stopped at the 36-yard line in front of the Lobos bench. He'll be about a yard shy of a first down on an 8-yard gain. Maybe just shy of 9 yards. Going to be third and very short here for the Tigers. A little more than a yard to get to keep this drive alive. Clock moving, 14-14 remaining in this contest.
Chris, obviously Neighbors is back in the game. Thomas could come back. It's a shoulder. Daniels, as I mentioned, lower back, tailbone, precautionary at this point. Goodwin was a knee strain or hamstring. They'll take a look at it. Nothing serious, but no need to bring him back in the game. He's not going to come back.
Emery gets the handoff, picks up the first down, barrels his way across the 40 up to the 42-yard line. Emery with a hard run there. Leaped over a defender at the line of scrimmage. Picks up the first down for the Tigers.
And if they could keep feeding John Emery right now, give him a chance to get in the flow of the game, give him a chance to score a touchdown. Boy, that would really brighten up his day, wouldn't it?
We see Brian Thomas out wide to the right. Kyron Lacey in the slot, double tight set. Nussmeier throws. Catch to Thomas. Gets away from his defender near side at the 45, the 35, the 30, 25, 20. Katie bar the door. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Brian Thomas on a 57-yard reception extends the lead. 37-0, Fighting Tigers. Great job by Kyron Lacey as well. Down the field, helping block for his colleague in the receiver room. And Brian Thomas Jr. with his second touchdown of the season. A big one there. Nussmeier delivers the passing touchdown. And LSU continues to build this lead late in this contest.
Great execution by a number of people on the play. But the pass receiver was the key guy to it. He's the one that set up all the blocks and then used his great speed to get into the end zone.
Placement down, kicked by Ramos on its way, and it is good. 38-0. LSU stretching its legs here on a Saturday night in Death Valley. Timeout on the field. We will return. 13-14 remains. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Listen up, Tiger fans. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50 and win up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer. Pick up the Hit 50 today for your chance to win. Must be at least 21 to purchase. LSU up 38-0 over New Mexico in this first ever meeting between the Lobos and Tigers. And Gordy Rush, go back a couple of weeks in the debut for Garrett Nussmeier. 2 interceptions in that contest against Southern. And Coach Brian Kelly said, hey, we were up big. He was out there trying to make a play, maybe pressing a little much with that opportunity. Just let the game come to you, and Garrett Nussmeier is going to be fine. Excellent job tonight for Nussmeier. And again, just a great throw, great play by Thomas. And right now, Nussmeier, a passing touchdown. He's led 3 scoring drives for LSU.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's huge for LSU to get Nussmeier some work tonight, and for him to reestablish that confidence he may have lost a little bit in the Southern game, because this is, as we know, the last non-conference game before you get into a nice stretch of SEC football. Might be the last chance he gets a chance to come in and play mop-up to get him back ready in case something happens to Daniels, and at least in a good frame of mind. Huge tonight for LSU.
Kickoff into the end zone. Washington took a knee. It'll be a touchback, first down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Last week, my son Crafton got to come up here, work with us in the booth, try his hand at spotting. Tonight, guys, he is working concessions with his baseball teammates, so he's really working tonight. Something tells me he'd love to get back in the booth next time we come back to Tiger Stadium. On first down and 10. Little toss, a little jet sweep coming near side. A little bit of room up near the 30, but a nice closing tackle that time by LaTerrence Welch, bringing down the ball carrier in Porter after a modest gain on the play. Again, Welch, part of that cornerback room. A little change tonight, as we told you. Bernard Converse having to fill in at the safety spot, so it's been Garner, Richardson, Seven Banks, and then you see LaTerrence Welch there. LSU tonight, 23 first downs. New Mexico has had 2 in this contest. On second down, they'll keep it on the ground up the middle. Nate Jones trying to fight for yardage up to about the 33. Still shy of the first down, but it will make it third and manageable, as New Mexico tonight 1 for 8 on third down conversions.
Chris, whole new defensive line for LSU. Quincy Wiggins, the big note there, the defensive end out of Madison Prep. That's big news. If you remember, he was out for the opener against Florida State. He was on actually one of those little carts in a boot. So he's back here tonight along with some new guys. We'll get to them in just 1 second.
Third down and 2 for the Lobos. Kendrick now motions the receiver right to left. Kendrick going to keep, pitch it out. And nothing doing. LSU doing a great job staying within their keys. Wes Weeks brings down the ball carrier Luke Wysong, who again has been really the producer in this Lobos offense through their first 3 games. The sophomore had 5 starts a year ago. Came into the game with 12 catches, 104 yards, 13 carries, 50 yards. Rushing touchdown and a receiving touchdown, but he has been very quiet tonight. We've only mentioned his name a handful of times. It'll be fourth down and 3. Rodriguez will be back to punt it away. We'll see Greg Clayton Jr. now back deep for LSU at the 23-yard line. Rodriguez lets it go from the 21-yard line. High spiraling punt. Clayton fields it at the 21, and he's grabbed around the ankles. Flag comes flying out as he's dropped at about the 18-yard line. Again, there was a mass of humanity down there. We'll see what the infraction's about from our field judge, who threw the flag. Nice arm, about 25 yards on that flag throw.
Looked like it came from about 3 rows up in the stands.
Holding. Number 27, receiving team. That's a 10-yard penalty, being first from the end of the kick. First down.
So the Lobos, again, they've done a good job not making mistakes, but a penalty there, their third of the night. We got 10:57 remaining in this one. LSU in the driver's seat, up 38-0 over New Mexico. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Planning a wedding, corporate, or fundraising event, sporting event, or private party, Party Central has top quality distinctive rentals that ensure your event will be a success. Party Central is a full-service event rental company that creates memorable and inspiring events throughout Louisiana for over 20 years. They are the experts you need to guarantee your event is a success. At Party Central, it's all in the details. Visit their website at partycentralweb.com and start planning your next event today.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
38-0 LSU leads over New Mexico. 10:57 remaining here in the fourth quarter. All of us here at LSU would like to send condolences to Donald Don Bruce, who passed away back on September 20th. He was a Kansas native, but a longtime Baton Rouge resident. 94 years of age. Spent 27 years on the faculty here at LSU at the College of Art and Design. Scores of students described as a true mid-century Renaissance man. And Mr. Bruce, responsible for the design of the Eye of the Tiger logo for the LSU Athletic Department. It is one of the most recognized logos in all of sports. And again, our condolences to Professor Bruce and his family. First down and 10. LSU has Garrett Nussmeier lined up in the pistol formation with Kane behind him in the backfield. Jenkins wide to the right. Lacey now motions from right to left. Little high snap. Nussmeier handles, gives it off to Kane, and Kane, not much room to run, gets up just shy of the 13-yard line, maybe a gain of 2 on the play. It'll be second down and 8. For the Fighting Tigers, rolling under 11 minutes remaining. Checking the Caesar Sportsbook scoreboard in Jerry World. Tight one. Texas A&M holding an edge, 23-21. Just under 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in that battle. The Razorbacks and the Aggies. Kane again in the backfield with Nussmeier. 3 wide to the left side. Snap back. Nussmeier, quick throw, a long way to get it to Jenkins. Got it near side, or rather far side at the 15. But again, finding the football quickly. A team of Lobos come over and stop him after forward progress to just beyond the 15 on a gain of 2. Next week, LSU back into SEC play, as Gordy mentioned. Really start the teeth of the SEC schedule. They'll travel to the Plains, take on Auburn with a 6 o'clock kickoff at Jordan-Hare. New Mexico heads to Sin City. They'll take on UNLV in Vegas. Tigers 5 for 10 on third down tonight. Looking at third down and 4. Nussmeier looking to throw, this time on the slant. Get it to Jenkins at the 25. He's up to the 28-yard line. He has the first down and then some. Move the chains for the Fighting Tigers. 13-yard gain. We roll under 9.5 to play.
13 yards and a first down, 29-yard line.
Martinez now at center, snaps the football to Nussmeier. Again, Garrett fires it out. Lacey has it. A lot of Lobos around the football. He can't get away. He stopped at the 33.
Nussmeier's pass.
A quick hitter. Going to pick up about 4 yards. Sets up second down and 6.
You got to give some credit to New Mexico. Boy, they really go after the ball after the reception is made out there. I mean, a lot of them, 2, 3, 4 guys in on the tackle, but LSU continues to throw strikes, and receptions are made with good hands by receivers.
A little difficult snap, but Nussmeier handles it. Sprint out to the near side. Throws it up near the 44-yard line. The catch is grabbed by Chris Hilton, coming back for it. they'll mark him at the 44-yard line. It's enough for a first down. You know, they tell me that Lobos hunt in packs, and that's one of the things that is a trademark of this Rocky Long defense tonight. It's not normally one man making the tackle for New Mexico. It's normally a team of Lobos. Approaching 8 minutes remaining in the game. First down and 10 now for the Tigers. Approaching midfield. Ball at the 44-yard line of their own. Again, Martinez with his nose over the football. A little high snap. Nussmeier goes up, gets it, hands it off to Kane. Kane straight ahead. Makes his way to the 48-yard line before being stopped there. Quarterbacks tonight for LSU, 33 of 39. That's Daniels and Nussmeier combining. 414 yards, completing 85% of their passes. And as we pointed out, a number of receivers involved in tonight's game. Certainly something that Coach Kelly has been looking for. Coach Denbrock as well. Not to mention Tiger fans across the globe. Second down and 8. This time Emery gets the carry in traffic, bounces away to the Lobo territory to the 45. He'll pick up the first down on a gain of 7. So the Tigers now content to run the football, keep this clock moving here, and enjoy what is currently a 38-0 ball game. Gives me a moment to wish a very happy anniversary to my wife Amber, who's back at home watching and listening. Not many times been able to celebrate an anniversary without a game.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you
to both of you.
First down and 10 at the 45 of the Lobos. Emery again puts his head down, drives forward, gets to the 41-yard line. Another good pickup on first down, utilizing the ground. Speaking of love being in the air, we're going to send congratulations out to our colleague on the LSU Sports Radio Network, former LSU coach John Brady, getting married this past week. Congratulations to he and Nikki. Gordy, you got anybody? Any shout out?
Well, my daughter had a birthday. I'd like to welcome our happy birthday to J.J. Rush, turning 10.
Second down and 6. Tigers again just keeping it on the ground inside the 40 to the 39-yard line. Now under 6 minutes remaining. We do have to shout out Gordy, though. He won a big award earlier this week. Market Manager of the Year for our flagship Guaranteed Broadcasting. So congratulations to Gordy, one of the best in the biz. The Radio Wayne Award.
Radio Wayne.
That's right.
3rd and 5.
3rd and 5 for LSU with 5.5 to play. Nussmeier, the snap. Off to Kane. Left tackle. Kane inside the 35 before being slung down there, but he'll pick up the first down to the 33-yard line on the 10th play of scrimmage in this drive for LSU, and they'll move the chains.
But as Gordy so humbly said, I deserved it.
Yes.
And he does deserve it. Congratulations, Gordy.
Thank you, gents. I had a lot of text messages about John Emery down here today. Has played sparingly after 11 touches last week. All I can tell you is watching LSU practice, he missed some time during fall camp. And when Coach Kelly says that their practices are tougher than a game, believe it. And I've seen that. So I'm wondering exactly what sort of game shape is he in right now.
First down and 10 at the 33. He'll get the carry, come off the right edge. Ball comes out. I think the Lobos tried to go after it. Let's see. Was his knee down? They'll say no. Emery lost the football, and Lobos will have it at the 28-yard line. Looked like Bryce Santana came up with it after it just came out. Emery trying to extend the body for an extra yard. Suddenly the pigskin came free, and the Lobos get their first turnover of the night. They came into this game +6. In fact, tied for 4th in the country in turnover margin. They come away with the turnover here with 4:44. You hate to see it if you're Coach Kelly and LSU after you've played so superb tonight. Tigers coming into the contest tonight with a +3 turnover margin. We got a timeout on the field. 4:44 remains. LSU in control, 38-0 over New Mexico. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hey, Tiger fans 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club. Presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit lsumkc.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
If you want to have a great time, enjoy some tasty food and drinks, and play some golf, you need to head out to the brand new Golf Suites off Segan Lane. Just go to the Segan Overpass, turn onto Old Segan Lane, loop under the bridge, and you are at the only place in town that uses PGA TrackMan technology. This technology tracks the flight and spin of your ball, which means you can use it to improve your game. You can also play courses from around the world, and there are plenty of games, so it's a ton of fun for the whole family. Golf Suites is affordable and open late night on the weekends. Make your plans to visit Golf Suites today.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
As we continue on this Saturday night, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth on this Saturday night, LSU leading 38-0 over New Mexico in the first ever meeting. Lobos do turn the Tigers over, pick up the fumble, and they'll take back possession here. First down and 10 at their own 28-yard line. The Tigers tonight, 617 yards total offense. First time the Tigers have seen that number since the 2019 title game against Clemson, when they put up 628 yards of total offense en route to that national championship. So an excellent job for the numbers tonight as the Lobos keep it on the ground to Nate Jones, and he has stood up, maybe got forward progress. They'll give him the 30-yard line. That's being kind. It'll be second down and 8 after a gain of 2 yards. Tigers getting 4-14 of that through the air tonight. Again, Jaden Daniels, 24 of 29, 279, 83% completion. Garrett Nussmeier comes in after Daniels gets a little rattled. They keep him on the sideline, and Nussmeier goes 9 for 10, 135 yards, a passing touchdown, 90% completion. Not bad for the quarterbacks tonight for LSU. Second down and 8. At the Lobos 30-yard line, Kendrick fakes the handoff. Now will swing it out on the pass. Catch made far side at the 25, trying to make some room as Luke Wysong gets positive yards up near the 35, maybe just shy at the 34-yard line. Still a couple of yards left to get the first down as we roll to 3 minutes 37 seconds. Hope you'll join us next Saturday. Back in SEC play, over to Jordan Hare, 6 o'clock kickoff, Auburn and LSU. The Tigers, those that were on last year's team, probably have a little revenge in mind, going against a struggling Auburn team who came away with a win in overtime over another struggling Missouri team earlier today. Kendrick in trouble, just trying to run for his life, and he'll be hit hard. Slammed down at the 32-yard line. Lost 2 on the play. Going to set up fourth down and 6 upcoming, but LSU put a hit on him. Quincy Wiggins. Kendrick may get in the wrong huddle, head to the wrong sideline there. That was a tough shot. Lobos without a first down here in the second half. They'll have to punt it away again. Rodriguez has been a busy man. This will be his 9th punt of the night. The Tigers, by the way, if you're keeping score at home, have not punted the football. Snap back, Rodriguez swings the foot. Low line drive kick. Clayton will take it at the 20, far side, come to the near side, trying to get the edge, stiff arms a man at the 24, gets to the sideline and is out of bounds up across the 35 to the 37, maybe the 38-yard line. Excellent return by Clayton, showing the physicality and the athleticism. 2:22 remains. We got a timeout on the field. We'll take our final break. 38-0 LSU leads New Mexico on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauce. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers! Are you tired of lugging your grill to every tailgate you attend? Do you want a more convenient portable option that is environmentally friendly? Look no further than Charbox. Charbox is the world's only green disposable grill box. Charbox is a ready-to-use grill box with uniquely formulated all-natural charcoal that can last 3 to 6 hours. It's easy to light, easy to use, easy to clean up, and recyclable. Get yours today at charbox.com. That's CHRBOX.com.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
38-0 LSU leads over New Mexico. 2:22 remains in this one on a Saturday night. Fans, Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be the championship health partner of LSU. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare research and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU, champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at olrmc.com/LSU. Tigers again. Pretty dominant performance. 617 yards tonight total offense. 414 through the air, 203 on the ground. New Mexico 88 total yards of offense. That's a difference of 529 yards between these two teams offensively. LSU, the last time they allowed less than 100 total yards was Georgia Southern. Back on my birthday, August 31st, 2019, in the first game to that magical season. They gave up just 98 yards to the Georgia Southern Eagles. And you better believe I've been reminded of that a number of times. First down and 10. Garrett Nussmeier and company take over. Look to keep it on the ground. Noah Kane will get the carry. Kane puts his head down, squares his shoulders up across the 45, follows his offensive line up to about the 47. Again, solid pickup on first down of about 7 yards. It'll be second down and 3 upcoming. Headed towards the 2-minute mark remaining in this game. Quite the barn burner going on at Jerry World. Texas A&M and Arkansas in a tight one on the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast, or rather scoreboard. 24-21. Texas A&M was holding on to the lead. Arkansas was driving down the field with K.J. Jefferson. Second down and 3 here in our game. Shotgun snap, Nussmeier. Again, Kane will get the carry. Caught from behind, but again, moving forward up to midfield. Gets to the 49-yard line of New Mexico and will get the 4 yards needed to pick up the first down. The Tigers will move the chains. We've got under 90 seconds to play here at Tiger Stadium. About 2:20 remaining in Dallas between Arkansas and Texas A&M. The Aggies leading 23-21. Again, Arkansas with the football.
Here's just a late note. Xavier Hill getting in at left guard. That's good news for LSU. He was injured during fall camp, and somebody they thought that would compete for playing time or starting job at the beginning of the season. He'll play throughout the season, so he's back out there now.
First down and 10, marked at the 49-yard line of New Mexico. High snap. Nussmeier, though, grabs it out of the air, quickly hands it off to Kane, who's off and running quickly to the 44-yard line of the Lobos. Stop made by Ian Shule, the sophomore out of Gilbert, Arizona. But again, a 5-yard gain. LSU now with the clock under 40 seconds. Going to line it up. Under 30 seconds to play. Nussmeier now look to see the Tigers are done. They'll walk away from the football. They don't have to snap it. Tigers looking to throw the shutout tonight. 38-0 over New Mexico. Last shutout came in 2018. They beat Southeastern Louisiana 31-0. So the final seconds going to roll off the clock here at Tiger Stadium, and LSU will celebrate the victory. This one is in the books. Tigers win. Tigers win, move to 3-1 on the year, remain 1-0 in SEC play for New Mexico. They head back to the land of enchantment now with a 2-2 overall mark. They are 0-1 in Mountain West play. First meeting between the Lobos and Tigers. This one goes to the men in purple and gold. Final score, LSU 38, New Mexico 0. Coming up, we crank up the Fighting Tiger post-game report. We'll have stats, scores, highlights, analysis later. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield and Brandon Taylor will be back in the Capital One studio. They'll get your take on tonight's performance for LSU in a win over New Mexico, 38-0 here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is Richard Zuslaw, CEO of Acadian Ambulance Service. On behalf of all the Acadian employee owners, please be careful while driving. Always use your seatbelt and never text and drive.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
This is Richard Zuslaw, CEO of Acadian Ambulance Service. On behalf of all the Acadian employee owners, please be careful while driving. Always use your seatbelt and never text and drive.
Welcome to the Fighting Tiger postgame report. Stats, scores, highlights, interviews, and much more. Now, from inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth, here again are Doug and Chris.
Solid performance tonight by LSU. They get the win 38-0 over New Mexico. Back inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth, celebrating the win. The Tigers down in the north end zone with the Golden Band from Tigerland and the alma mater. Again, excellent effort tonight, really, in all phases. We've seen 4 games now, Doug. First 3 games, kind of a tale. Take away the Southern game, kind of a tale of 2 halves. Coming to life offensively in the second half against Florida State, coming up short, coming to life and pulling away from Mississippi State last week in the SEC opener. It was pretty clear tonight they wanted to run the type of tempo that favors their skill position players, starting with Jaden Daniels. They were able to do it right out of the gate. First possession down the field, get a 7-0 ball game. They had some miscues. There's some things to clean up, but overall, this is just as dominating performance. You're supposed to beat New Mexico. You're supposed to beat them by 38 points, and the Tigers did so tonight.
I can't imagine this much improvement in the first 4 games of the season. I mean, to come from the first game of the season, and when you get into like late in the third quarter or early in the fourth quarter, LSU started to play, and you started to think maybe this team can be pretty good. And had they just not shot themselves in the foot so many times in that game, they would have had a win. But they didn't. So they came back, and they play a team that really couldn't compete with them very much. And so it was hard to judge. Was LSU this good? Was Southern just, didn't play well enough to compete? But then when you start looking at last week, and within the game against Mississippi State, LSU improved a lot from the second quarter to the end of the game. And they continued to improve tonight. I mean, this is a great look, I think, at what this team can be if we can avoid the injuries. The injuries are something I worry about, because when you have a quarterback that you rely upon, that's one of those people that are just irreplaceable. And LSU's got one of those. But look, LSU has improved so much, and you got to attribute that to the players and the coaches and the entire organization. So we're happy for them for a great victory, and they did it with class. Very proud of them.
38-0 the final score. Again, LSU 633 yards total offense. They had 629 against the Clemson Tigers over in the Dome in the 2019 title game. The difference tonight between LSU and New Mexico, 545 yards worth of difference. 633 for LSU, 88 yards for New Mexico tonight. Virtually no yardage in the second half for the Lobos. And that 545-yard difference, second most in Tiger history. 1977, they beat Rice 77-0, and the difference in yardage was 668. So all in all, offense played well tonight. Defense through the shutout. Special teams, for the most part, made an incremental step forward in this fourth game of the season, and overall it equals out to a solid LSU win. We'll continue on the Fighting Tiger postgame report up next. Take a look at some individual standout performances for the Tigers. Later, the full game stats, and then we'll hand it off to Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, and Garrett Brumfield in the Capital One studios. They'll talk about this game, and they'll take your take on the game live via Twitter at LSU Radio. Tigers a winner tonight, 38-0 over New Mexico. We'll continue after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey Tiger fans, we're Dudley DeBosier.
And we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Cheering on the Tigers is a Louisiana tradition.
There's nothing better than a good